able to trace it back to the particular source. You can match the strain you found in patients to the strain you found on the farm. You can't really do that here with cyclospores, so it's harder to use testing alone as a way to isolate this. I think they're really relying on the epi.
Yeah, the number, the statistic that got me is that only 4% of the public eats at Taco Bell, but 60% of people who got this explosive diarrhea reported having eaten there.
Right, and the Michigan public health officials found that 90% of people who had this infection, this parasite, reported having lettuce in the prior 2 weeks. So that's very strong epidemiological evidence. This is hard to look for because people don't remember if they had lettuce on a hamburger. It's also confounded by the fact that you find cyclospore in things like cilantro and basil, and there's background infection going on here. I think the cluster of infections that we saw in Michigan in the Great Lakes region, that seems to be related to this particular farm. FDA is now testing on that farm. They're testing product coming into the market. So I would have confidence about what's coming into the market right now. The offending supply probably was in the supply chain 3-4 weeks ago. That doesn't mean that there isn't some ongoing contamination. They need to go onto that farm and figure out how this got into the water supply there, which is likely the conduit. But I think FDA has been working on that based on what I've been told from the agency. Remember, this is spread, the only known reservoir for this is humans. And so this is from human fecal matter that got into probably the water supply, maybe from flooding, maybe from contaminated irrigation, and was used to irrigate those crops.
I guess when you look at it from the consumer perspective, it feels like you're better off staying inside to avoid any of the smoke that's been coming from the wildfires and eat chocolate instead of salad for all of these things. You're saying it's all clear at this point?
Well, I wouldn't say it's all clear, and you're going to see cyclospore infections in the summer anyway.
How often do we usually see this? It's gotten more headlines
This
than
is
ever.
probably the biggest cluster that I've ever seen sort of in modern times. So there definitely is a single source for a lot of these infections in the Great Lakes region. But you see this in the summertime. Look, if consumers want to mitigate risk, there's things you can do. You can buy a whole head of lettuce rather than bagged lettuce, because with bagged lettuce, if you have one contaminated head of lettuce, it might get in dozens of different bags of lettuce. And so you can also buy locally. There's been no documented cases of cyclospora from locally sourced lettuce inside the United States. So people can go to a local grower and buy it. Right now, for the mass-produced lettuce, the only regions that are harvesting typically are Mexico. There's a little bit in Arizona. California isn't harvesting right now. So any bagged lettuce that you buy is probably coming from Mexico right now.
The Taylor Farms supplies Taco Bell. Does it supply lots of other places too?
Yeah, that bagged lettuce got into a lot of retail establishments. This was more than just Taco Bell. The reason why Taco Bell isolated it because they have very good supply chain management. We saw this with McDonald's. We also saw with Cracker Barrel, where when they had an outbreak associated with those restaurants, they were able to isolate very quickly. When I was at FDA, Cracker Barrel had an outbreak of salmonella related to eggs that was served in the locations in the South, I think the Southeast, if I remember correctly. They were literally able to isolate it back to a particular hen house where those eggs came from. So that's how good the supply chain management is with these big food chains. So Taco Bell did a good job here, and I think they acted very proactively.
There have been some people who have said the FDA, the CDC, has had funding cuts, and that's why this got so bad. Do you think that's the case?
Yeah, look, I think FDA acted with speed here in terms of their trace back, so I don't think there was any lapse in what FDA did.
Okay.
CDC appears to act slowly here. Michigan really did a lot of the initial epidemiological work that traced this to a common food source, and then FDA picked up from there and found the particular farm where this was coming from. Whether or not there have been cuts, there have been people in some of these groups who've been let go from DOJ. There was also a group on food safety that was let go at USDA. Whether or not that translated into any of this, I think it's really premature to draw that conclusion, and very hard. Maybe yes, maybe no, and maybe we'll never know. So I think it'd be irresponsible to say that the budget cuts flowed into some of this. CDC has always been challenged in these things, and the group that does these parasitic infections is different than the foodborne illness group. And I always found that the people who worked on foodborne illness were stronger than this parasitic group at CDC, just by normal course, irrespective of any budget cuts.
You've pointed out that Taco Bell has a really great supply chain control to have figured this stuff out and gotten it. We were just saying that Taco Bell's traffic was down 19% on Friday from what it typically would be in a summer Friday. Sweetgreen, their shares were down like 25% as people were avoiding some of those places. would you eat at a Taco Bell? Would you eat at a Sweetgreen at this point?
Yeah, look, I would have no concerns about eating lettuce inside a restaurant chain. FDA is on that farm right now. They're inspecting the farm. They're also inspecting the supplies coming into the U.S. Taylor, I don't think, is shipping a lot right now. I think it's being sourced elsewhere. The big chains will be on the ball here. They'll be very
That's the best place
vigilant.
for it, you think, at this point?
Right now, it's a lot safer to eat lettuce right now than it was 4 weeks ago, because now they're sourcing from different suppliers. They're looking at local suppliers where they can get it. So I think they're on top of it. So I think that, people have sort of responded appropriately. Certainly FDA has in this instance.
And lettuce doesn't have a very long shelf life.
Doesn't have a long shelf life, so whatever was, unless there's an ongoing contamination in that farm, which there may be, whatever was contaminated, it could have been a transient contamination from flooding onto the fields. Whatever happened 3 or 4 weeks ago. And the new product coming into the market right now is being tested. Again, if you're a consumer who's worried about it, you can do things in your own life, buy a whole head of lettuce, cut it up, things like that. I wouldn't be too concerned in a prospective basis going forward. But if you want to be vigilant, if you're someone who's immunocompromised, at more risk, there's things you can do.
Dr. Gottlieb, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
4%. Did you check that math?
It says only 4% of the public eats at Taco Bell, but 60% of the
I
patients
got that-
affected
I got that from FDA. So
I think they mean eat at the restaurant. How many people take it out and then eat somewhere? 40%.
Speak for yourself.
He is.
I know.
4%'s a lot.
I told you that the Kernan family is responsible for like the earnings miss or whatever happened.
On Taco Bell
I
or
know.
Domino's. Yeah, either McDonald's. I'm trying to think of a fast food I don't like, and I don't think I haven't come across one. Thank you.
Doctor,
Thanks,
thank you. Okay, it is just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan, Taco Bell's best customer, and Becky Quick. Among today's top stories, U.S. forces are striking Iranian targets. This now for the 10th straight day. Central Command saying the military completed the last round of strikes at about 9 Eastern last night. Yesterday, President Trump vowing that Tehran is going to pay for killing 3 U.S. soldiers. Take a look at the price of crude. We're at 84.13, moved up about 1%. Brent also up about 1%, sitting just at about 90 right now. Meantime, the Trump administration announcing a new 50% tariff, this targeting some $20 billion worth of Canadian imports, including cement, milk, plywood, and hockey equipment. The White House saying the move is payback over it said was unfair treatment of certain American-made products, including alcohol, cars, and dairy. Separately, a new FT report saying the president is preparing a round of new tariffs on dozens of countries ahead of the expiration of the current 10% global tariffs that ends this week. And we've got U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer to discuss all of this with us this morning live on Squawk. That's going to happen at 8:40 Eastern Time, a conversation you do not want to miss. And the United States and China reportedly planning to hold talks about AI in September. Reuters saying that Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will lead the U.S. AI talks. Will take place right before Chinese President Xi Jinping's planned September 24th visit to the United States. And this comes, of course, as there are lots of debates about some of the open weight models coming out of China and how they compete with our own models, closed models, those coming from Claude, or Anthropic rather, and OpenAI, and also questions about whether some of these model makers in China have been, quote, distilling, or what some people in Silicon Valley would say, stealing some of the background that creates those models.
Mm-hmm. It almost sounded like a stereotype. So hockey equipment, really? That's what's kind. And Molson and those hats with the ears that come down on. Maybe Dom's got one. Let's get to Dom. Hey, Dom. Here's the futures this morning. I think I've seen you in one of them. When it's cold, they're awesome, right? And there's a lot of cold weather up north.
They keep your ears warm, for
They
sure.
do.
And you don't need to be in Canada or Alaska to wear them. I've worn one in Connecticut in the wintertime as well.
Davos.
So, I mean, they're functional. And I'm all about function over form these days. So.
Yes, you are.
Anyway. All right, guys, let's start off with shares of 3M this morning for your morning movers. They're up about 6%. The Dow component reporting a beat on earnings and revenues for its most recent quarter. The maker of adhesives, cleaning supplies, medical equipment, among other things, also raised its profit outlook for the back half of the year on recent cost control measures and price hikes. Those shares, by the way, with the move today are now actually positive on the year, so keep an eye on 3M shares. Next up, you got Nebius, which is climbing just about 6.5% or so after NVIDIA disclosed a 9% stake in the AI cloud company. Earlier this year, NVIDIA announced it would invest $2 billion in Nebius and collaborate on AI infrastructure deployment and design. Nebius shares have, of course, soared more than 130% as one of the big beneficiaries of the broader AI boom. Those shares, again, up 6.25%. And we'll cap things off with shares of Novartis, which are up about 4% on the back of its second quarter results. Core operating profits topped expectations as lower than expected costs helped the drug maker absorb a sharp drop in sales of its top-selling heart drug. Novartis says it's leaning on a pair of cancer drugs and a recent series of deals to offset some of those patent expiration concerns. And by the way, Novartis' CEO will have more on the quarter when he joins Squawk on the Street at 11:20 a.m. Eastern Time. Vas Narasimhan, a big interview there. Joe, I will send things back over to you. And you guys have got me thinking about Taco Bell as well, so I'm going to think about food.
You're in the 4%, are you not?
I am. In
Solidly?
fact, my local, I'm rather friendly with the manager at my local Taco Bell establishment, and
Hey, Tom, come on.
Tom is a good guy. Yes.
Yeah. Where you been? I haven't seen you since last week. All
Well,
right.
my son appreciates the cheesy roll-ups, which is why we go there for that.
You can just throw a dart, and it's going to be great at the menu. I'm not kidding. You know what I need? Lots of that hot sauce. I need 4 per taco.
Are you a fire or a Diablo guy? That's my question.
No, just hot. I don't go all the way.
I go
You
fire.
all the way
I
up?
go fire and Diablo. I alternate between the two, and I'm more of a Mexican pizza guy myself. So
Okay. Thanks, Tom.
you got it, guys.
See you later.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, GM reporting results within the last hour. We will speak to the automaker's CFO, Paul Jacobson, about the quarter next. And later, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise on the GOP agenda, including Reconciliation 3.0 and congressional stock trading. That's coming up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and Squawk Box will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Shares of GM this morning up by about 0.6%. That's a gain of 45 cents. The automaker reported profits of $3.57 a share. That beat estimates of $3.20. And revenue of $48 billion was above expectations of $47 billion. GM is also raising its full-year earnings outlook to $12 to $14 a share. That's up from $11.50 to $13.50 previously. The automaker is also increasing its free cash flow forecast, talking about a lot of good trends here. Sees pricing on North America up by 0.5%. It had seen it flat to up 0.5%. Joining us right now to talk about all of this is Paul Jacobson. He is GM CFO. And Paul, good morning.
Good morning, Becky, and thanks for having us today. It's a great day to be talking about our results today, so thanks for having us.
Yeah, I'm looking through, and every metric you all seem to beat expectations, the best I can tell. It looks like the second quarter incentives were averaging 4.7% of the manufacturer's suggested retail price versus 6.3% for the industry. You say you're continuing to increase operating efficiency and that you expect these trends to continue into 2027 and beyond. I guess my surprise is that the stock is only up by about 0.8% at the moment. Would you expect to see more based on what you came out with today?
Well, it's still early in the day, but what I would say is these results are very consistent with what we've been doing for the last several years. Our inventory discipline, our incentive discipline, which has been below that industry average for more than 3 years, has really led to these consistent type results. So whether it's, tariffs or semiconductor challenges, et cetera, the team's really executed well, and this quarter is no different. I think the amazing thing is when you look at the cumulative effect of all of this, our first half earnings per share is 25% higher than the first half at any time in our history, and actually more than 6 out of the last 10 full years we've already recorded in the first 6 months. So this momentum is palpable, and it's something that we think is going to continue.
And yet the stock is down 6% since the last report. Is that because it's being impacted by factors that are beyond your control, let's say tariffs?
Well, I think there are a lot of macro concerns that are out there, whether it's affordability issues, higher gas prices, tariffs, the conflict in the Middle East, et cetera. And what we try to do is we try to set that aside and just make sure that we go out and execute. And again, the team did a fabulous job. We're seeing momentum in our warranty improvement. We've taken up from what we thought was going to be about $1 billion of savings this year, year over year, to $1 billion to $1.5 billion. So we're seeing good traction there. We're seeing consistent pricing and go-to-market effects. So, our full-size truck sales are up about 4%. Incentives are down, as you mentioned earlier. So our consumer has been very resilient. We've got a very broad portfolio, probably the best portfolio we've ever had in our history. And we can meet customers at all price points, and that's working really, really well for us.
Let's run through that list of concerns and we can talk about each one of them. How is the consumer doing right now? I think you said that you were actually looking at pricing power, at least in North America. How does the consumer look from your perspective?
Yeah, our pricing has been relatively flat after we put in some model year 2026 increases at the end of last year. So it's not like we're taking a lot or raising a lot of prices. It's just been very consistent. And on the demand side, we've got a 42% market share in trucks. Truck volumes are up a little bit. We expect them to be flat for the year, but that's largely because we're coming out with the next generation of full-size trucks late this year, early next year. So as we do that model year cutover, we'll lose some production, but that's going to give us even more momentum into 2027. So I would say the consumer's been resilient in every measure that we're looking at across the portfolio.
Meaning that you have not seen changes in their preference for type of vehicle based on the average price of gasoline going up?
Not at all. We've seen that, and usually I think it takes a much longer time period before we would see any impact. But like I said, when we look across the board at our trucks, our full-size SUVs, we're selling our vehicles as fast as we can make them.
What about the tariff situation? I know that GM is seeking the refund of about $500 million in tariffs once the judgment came through, the judge's ruling came through on some of these things. But I think you still anticipate the tariffs will impact you by $2.5 to $3.5 billion for this year. Is that still the case?
Yeah, that's right, and it's pretty consistent with where we were last year, despite picking up an extra quarter, in part because of that IEPA refund we recorded in the first quarter. We haven't updated our cash forecast. We're not certain as to exactly when we'll get that refund back, but we're working through the process to make sure that we can get that. The tariff dynamic remains somewhat fluid, as we saw last night. The new tariffs that were announced don't affect autos under 232. We expect a minimal impact from that, but we're optimistic that the administration can come to a resolution and get final resolution on USMCA or bilateral deals with Mexico and Canada. I think that's really important, but we've managed to shrug off some of that uncertainty and just go in and try to find the savings and the productivity and the retail side that are allowing us to continue to print these results.
USMCA is no longer a long-term deal. It's something that has to be renewed annually. When you hear about the tensions that are kind of stepping up between the United States and Canada, particularly with what the administration is choosing to kind of put out now to say it's going to be tariffing some Canadian products, some additional tariffs on them, does that concern you? I was looking through production. I know you're heavily focused in the United States and Mexico, but something like 13% of your full-size pickup trucks, Silverados and Sierras, are produced in Canada. What would it mean if USMCA was not renewed?
Well, I think it's important that the sides come to an agreement. I think trades between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico is critically important for us to be competitive throughout the world. And, I think autos are a big piece of that. So we're confident that the governments will be able to work through it. We hope that can be done quickly without a lot of retaliation, because that volatility just creates some noise for us. But overall, we think it's really consistent. Again, we don't expect any material impact from the announcement last night, and we're optimistic that all sides will be able to come together.
Paul, GM shares, I think they trade at less than 6 times 2026 anticipated earnings. That is kind of surprising. Why do you think that is? Well,
I think we've been at this for a little while here in terms of delivering the consistent performance, the focus on margin, returning to 8 to 10% margin, returning capital to shareholders under our capital allocation policy, and that's been working. I mean, we've seen the stock more than double over the last couple of years, but there's still, quite a bargain, not just on a PE basis, but also on a free cash flow yield basis. And so, we're continuing to invest in the business. We've got one of the strongest balance sheets in our history, and we're returning a lot of cash to shareholders. We bought back $2 billion worth of stock in the second quarter, almost $3 billion for the first half of the year, which is slightly ahead of our pace of last year. And since 2023, we've retired over 35% of our fully diluted shares. So we're going to continue to do that. We think the stock is a great bargain when you look at the cash generation of the company and the consistency of our results. And we're going to just continue to book quarter after quarter and be optimistic that it's going to turn around.
Paul Jacobson. Paul, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
When we come back, dealing with financial stress. A new survey finds a growing number of Americans say that they are living paycheck to paycheck. We'll have those results next. And later this hour, we will talk to the founder and CEO of Wonder, the food technology company behind Grubhub and Blue Apron, that just completed another funding round with its valuation now standing at $9 billion. He will join us at 7:50 a.m. Eastern Time. Mark Laurie. Squawk Box will be back in just a moment.
New government data due this morning will show how median weekly earnings for full-time wage and salary workers changed in the second quarter. Even when pay rises, higher prices can limit how far those gains will go. We know all about that. And many Americans are feeling the paycheck pressure. It's real wages, they're called, and they can fall even if it seems like you're getting a raise. Sharon Epperson joins us now with results of a new CNBC Survey Monkey poll.
Joe, you know, a new CNBC affordability survey finds a growing number of Americans say they are living paycheck to paycheck. 63% describe their personal financial situation that way, compared to 59% just a few months earlier. The financial pressure extends well beyond lower income households. In the most recent CNBC poll of more than 2,500 adults in mid-June, nearly two-thirds, 64% of those with family incomes between $50,000 and just under $100,000 say they're living paycheck to paycheck, and 41% with six-figure incomes up to just under $250,000 are feeling that pressure. Meanwhile, 81% of those whose family incomes are less than $50,000 cite the paycheck squeeze, and that's compared to only 12% with incomes of $250,000 or more, underscoring this sharp financial divide between the lowest income and wealthiest Americans. For those with family incomes in the $50,000 to $100,000 range, the survey showed how thin the financial cushion can be. This group ranks credit card debt, car insurance, medical bills highest among causes of financial stress after lack of savings. Nearly two-thirds, 63%, say they have less than $500 left over after expenses every month. 4 out of 10 say paycheck arriving just 1 week late would result in a major financial hardship. And 36% say debt has delayed or prevented them from saving for retirement. To find out more ways to get back on track with your retirement savings, you can sign up for my Money 101 newsletter series. Use the QR code right there on the screen or go to cnbc.com/money101. Joe.
What can you do to fix, if you're middle income, to fix your financial situation?
Any income, there are certain things you can do. What's interesting is what people said they would do, and are they really doing it? Of course, cutting back on spending, that's the number one thing people say they're going to do. They say they're going to pay down their debt, they're going to save more, but they also said they're going to take on a second job or try to get a higher paying job. The thing is, when you get that second job or do some freelance work, that doesn't fit into the real wages we're talking about as they calculate them. So again, it's closing the gap a bit, but it still may not be enough for some people.
Right. What about how they feel about the future? Can it turn around? Or?
Well, more people think that there's going to be improvement than there's going to be a decline, but there's still 55% of people, according to the survey overall, that believe that they are going to have a worse financial situation in the next 12 months, or it'll just be about the same.
All right. Thanks, Sharon.
Sure.
Okay, coming up, Senator Mark Warner is going to join us to talk AI regulation, conflict with Iran, and much more when he joins us at 8:10 Eastern Time. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. It is looking like an up day so far for the markets. Right now, you see the Dow futures indicated up about 135 points. Yesterday, the Dow was off by just over 300 points. This morning, the S&P futures are up by about 20. The Nasdaq is indicated up by 325. We've also been watching treasuries and the treasury market. Yesterday, yields were higher across the board. This morning, it's a mixed picture. 10 years slightly higher at 4.6%, 30 years up at 5.12%, and then the 5-year and the 2-year are lower. The 2-year is yielding 4.2%. If you check out what's been happening in the oil market, this has been a slow boil. We talked about this earlier this morning. Right now, you are looking at WTI up by about 1.6%, $84.55 a barrel. Brent is now above $90 a barrel at $90.41. We'll also take a look at gold prices, which are trading at this point up by about $47, $4,062 an ounce over the last year, up by about 20%. And then Bitcoin prices this morning, which right now are up by about 1.7%, 66,000, almost 66,200.
Yeah, the frog finally gets boiled, right?
Yeah, slowly. Doesn't kind of notice as it's going.
It's late.
Frog legs. Yeah, tastes like chicken.
That does taste like chicken.
Does.
Certainly rattlesnake. Coming up, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise on the GOP's agenda, including Reconciliation 3.0, congressional stock trading, which is flourishing. No, the regulations about it. Okay, and also issues ahead of the summer recess. He joins us with Squawk Box Return. Congress heads for a 5-week recess on Thursday. Pretty good if you can get it. But first, plans to tackle Reconciliation 3.0, congressional stock trading, and more. Join us now, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise. 5 weeks, man. Where do I sign up for that, Congressman? Leader?
Well, if as you see members go back to their districts, believe it or not, we go home and talk to our voters and listen to our voters. And that's how you find out what's really happening in the real world. D.C. is not the real world. You do not want people just hanging out in D.C. all year round and losing touch with reality. So it's good to have people go back home and find out what voters really care about.
You might get yelled at in either party, I can imagine. But that's what, I mean, you've chosen this life. You've chosen this business.
It's not a normal business, as you know.
Yeah, and I'm sure everybody always gets an earful. You gonna realistically expect to have anything happen before you go or on the House floor this week?
Yeah, we have a busy week. You know, we're moving a number of bills. We're going to be moving what's called a continuing resolution, a bill to make sure we can keep government funded, because, you know, the basic function of government is to, you know, to pay the troops, to make sure we can fund. For example, we had the big fight over the Department of Homeland Security, and where it hurt families is you saw lines at airports. You and Democrats shut the government down. We don't want to have that happen again, so we're going to bring a bill tomorrow to prevent a government shutdown. We're going to bring a bill to ban stock trading, as you teased earlier. This is something that, you know, a lot of people, I think, have this, you know, kind of this frustration when they see that members of Congress, some do trade stocks. I don't, but some do. And, you know, right now it's legal. You're not allowed to use insider information, but just the perception of it's not good. And so banning day trading by members of Congress, you know, if you come in from another job, you have a 401k, you can hold that, but you can't be trading along the way while you're a member of Congress. I think that's a really good, long needed reform. That's going to move this week. We're going to pass that bill. We're going to be moving, as you talked about, Reconciliation 3.0. This is a bill, at least the budget to start that process, so that we can actually have the ability to, number one, move the Save America Act over to the Senate in a way where they can take this up with 51 votes, not 60. You know, we've seen in the Senate, Democrats do not want to work with President Trump on anything, and this is an important reform to ensure voter integrity, so we're going to move that bill over as well. We're also moving the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act. This is a bill that ensures that our troops get the priorities they need in military spending so that our Department of War is able to stay up to date with our adversaries like China. And then we're moving a really good Main Street bill that French Hill and Austin Scott over at Financial Services have moved to help community banks get more level footing with the large banks. So we're doing a lot of important things this week.
Leader, does the bill include prediction markets in the insider trading question, and does it also extend to other parts of government in terms of members of the administration or other branches?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about all of those things. This bill is focused just on members of Congress. There is a separate bill that Chairman Stile, who's the committee chairman of jurisdiction here, he's taken up on prediction markets, you know, and they're working through, it's a fairly new phenomena, obviously not as common as stock trading, but it's a problem when you see people that are using insider information to go to prediction markets and bet on whether it's world events, political outcomes, things like that, when they're on the inside. And so we want to address that too. We're trying to figure out the best way to do it, but there is a bill moving right now through the committee process, and I hope that gets floor action too.
Do you think it should extend to the White House or to other parts of government? I asked because there was this scenario just a couple of days ago that we learned about the teleprompter operator that works for the president being involved in potentially some kind of activity. I believe he's been put on leave.
Yeah, I saw that story, and he is put on leave from what Caroline Leavitt had said. And, you know, they have their own policies there. We're trying to get our own policies in the House. And so we're moving legislation. It's in the committee process right now, so it's still being worked out. because you've got, prediction markets are fairly new, but you've seen abuses already. And, and again, like insider information, which is clearly defined in law in the stock market, that's something that we want to address as well. So today we're dealing with stock trading, which we're going to be bringing that bill up, and then we're working on a prediction market bill at the same time. It's just not ready for the House floor yet, but it'll be coming soon.
Other than the insider trading, was he any good at running the teleprompter? I mean, did he?
He was. I mean, if you've ever been to a Trump rally, which I've been to many.
I'm kidding. I'm throwing some shade at our
you need to go to one of those.
Ignore that. Ignore that. What about the Senate? I know Leader Thune is not convinced that I don't know that any SAVE Act stuff can pass budgetary concerns. Is that fair to say that would be hard to do? We're still at an impasse on trying to get that done?
No, look, at some point in time, the Senate's going to have to find a way to get this bill to President Trump's desk. There are a lot of really good bills that are over in the Senate. We've got a great permitting reform bill that would be really important to help Americans build again. I mean, everything from home building to roads and bridges that take 10 years and sometimes just get shelved because of ridiculous overriding bureaucracy. We have a great bill that solves that problem that passed with a big bipartisan vote in the House. Can't go anywhere in the Senate. They've got serious problems over there getting bills moved, just the appropriations bills to fund basic functions of government. They can't get 60 votes to take the bill up and start debating it, let alone to pass it. So when you think about something like Save America, which is at the heart of democracy, just saying, show picture ID to vote. For God's sake, you can't go get pasta at Olive Garden without a picture ID. Why not be able to show a picture ID to vote? The franchise of American democracy, and the Senate can't get 60 votes to move it. So we're sending them this idea in a bill that only needs 51 votes. And look, at some point, the Senate's going to have to take this up and find a way to get it to the president's desk. It's an 85-15 issue with the American public. Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, black, white, understand this. You get on an airplane, you show an ID. Shouldn't you show an ID to vote when some states actually ban the people at the polls from asking you for an ID, so you don't even know who the people are that are showing up? And it undermines the integrity of the vote. So we're going to get that bill back over to the Senate in a new form. At some point, they've got to pass that bill.
Leaders, I saw some what looked to be somewhat positive news in some recent polls for Republicans about the House, narrowing maybe some of the advantages that people saw for the Democrats in what is always tough, a midterm after the election of a president from either party. Usually the other party doesn't fare as well. Here we have the oil back at 84 or so, and the war. I don't know what happens. We had some unfortunately casualties, U.S. troops, and the president has threatened that there will be consequences for that. So do you see a path or some? Is there enough time where the GOP can make inroads and possibly hold on to the House, or is that a pipe dream?
To vote on what in the House?
Not to vote on it, to hold the majority.
Oh, to hold the House, yes.
There's a
I'm
path
very
in your
bullish
view.
I'm very bullish on our ability to hold and possibly grow the House majority. With redistricting, it's not going to be a 20-seat majority, but we could get it up to from a 2-seat to an 8-seat majority. That would be.
You think you could add? You think you could hold
celebration
it and add to your margin, so you're not. I don't know. Maybe
look at Maine. I mean, we're favored to flip the seat in Maine right now from Democrat to Republican. We're favored to flip 3 seats in Florida from Democrat to Republican. So at the end of the day, it's going to be a battle. Make no mistake, this will be a battle. But it's a contrast election, and look at how insane the Democrat Party has gone to the Marxist communist left. I mean, they're in a civil war right now where their own leaders are fighting each other. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is fighting Bernie Sanders. And guess what? Bernie Sanders and Mondami are winning in their primaries. So they're sending all these far left extremists who want to defund not just the police, they want to defund prisons. Those are the candidates they're sending up against our Republicans this year. And our Republicans are working to make life more affordable for American families. So we're going to keep working on good policies. Democrats this week have said they're going to vote to shut the government down again. That continuing resolution, the funding bill I talked about, Democrats are saying they're going to vote no because they want a government shutdown. They want chaos in America. Do you want lines at the airports again of 4 hours? Do you want our troops not to get paid? That's what Democrats are going to vote for, and that's their message. When families just want government to function, make their lives better, not try to instill chaos just because Democrats are still upset with the president.
Will we still be involved in the kinetic war in Iran, do you think, leading up to the midterms? You obviously should not plan foreign policy and what needs to be done based on an election. They certainly don't. They don't have to do that in Iran. We know that.
President Trump's made it clear he wants peace, but he also has made it clear there's no way you can let Iran get a nuclear weapon, and they prove every day why they can't be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. Nobody in the world wants them to get that, maybe except China and Russia, which should tell you a lot right there. So, I hope it gets resolved. But at the end of the day, if you look at what the main factors are in this election, yes, cost of living, people's lives, their pocketbooks are going to be on the ballot. But go look at the polling. We've asked the question, who do you trust more to make life more affordable for you? Republicans or Democrats right now? And voters, by a large margin, trust Republicans because they're watching the Democrats talk about collectivism. They want to talk about getting rid of private property rights, raising tax rates on everybody. That's insane. That's not where we need to go. By the way, they also want to ban fossil fuels. So, if you're concerned about oil at, $4 a gallon a day, imagine, California's prices would be the national standard in the $6 range or higher. So these are all going to be on the ballot this November. So there's a lot at stake. And their party is showing just how extreme they've gone.
Be here before we know it. All right, Leader Scalise, appreciate your time. Thank you.
Always great to be with you. Thanks.
Okay. Coming up, U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Greer, ahead of a review of the USMCA this week in Mexico. Also talk about those new tariffs on Canada. He joins us at 8:40 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
Novo Nordisk is suing rival Eli Lilly in U.S. federal court, accusing it of false advertising and claiming its weight loss medicines outperform Novo's. That claim alleges that Lilly compared the highest approved doses of its medicine with lower doses of Novo's Wegovy and Ozempic, while omitting newer high-dose versions that Novo says deliver greater weight loss. Novo is seeking a court order requiring Lilly to withdraw the ads and run a corrective ad campaign.
Coming up, the valuation of food technology platform Wonder jumping after the latest funding round. We're going to talk to Wonder's founder and CEO, Mark Lowry, who is also co-owner of the NBA's Minnesota Timberwolves. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Leading food technology platform Wonder has just announced a new funding round of more than $650 million that brings the company's valuation up to $9 billion. And joining us right now is Wonder's founder and CEO, Mark Lowry. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Andrew.
I just was saying during the commercial break, we should all start our own Wonder restaurant, and that's coming soon.
That's coming. You can do that in November. From just an AI prompt, you could build your own fast casual restaurant.
And so I'm going to have an app and be able to effectively leverage the back end of your entire
That's
platform.
it, $10 a month. You could launch your restaurant, order from it, tell your friends and family, make 10%.
How much of that is the way you see the future of this whole company?
I mean, it's one piece of it, but I think it could potentially be a big piece. I think millions of people could potentially own their own restaurants in 5 or 10 years. I think it's think Shopify on the front end,
Right.
But we do the entire back end as well. So we'll source the ingredients, cook the food, and deliver it. So there's nothing to do other than to basically, market your restaurant.
Do you put this in the category of ghost restaurant?
We don't use the word
Ghost, yeah,
restaurant
right.
because there's a physical location
Restaurant,
you can
right.
go in and eat, but your particular restaurant that you build, could be live on not only Wonder, but
Right.
Grubhub, DoorDash, Uber. I mean, it would be out there. Millions of people would have access to your restaurant.
And when you think about the new valuation, what are you going to be using this cash for to build?
This is just to continue to invest in robotics, in Wonder Create. You know, we have hundreds of software engineers, you know, building the technology platform, and then opening new locations. We have another 30 opening this year, and we'll just continue to open.
Given the robotics, because we're all
Yeah.
interested in robotics and robotics in the kitchen and how that all works.
Yeah.
How many people, physical humans, are going to be employed in a Wonder compared to a typical restaurant doing the same kind of thing?
So today we have, you know, in one 2,500 square foot kitchen, there's no gas or open flame, it's all electric. There's about 12 to 15 people.
Okay.
And we can do about 7 million in revenue out of those, from those 12 to 15 people. When we start adding robotics, the same 12 to 15 people will be able to handle up to 20 million of revenue out of 2,500 square feet.
What do the robotics do? What do they take over?
Yeah, so these aren't humanoid robots.
Yeah, right.
These are all purposeful built. So the first robotics we're launching, we call it the Infinite Make Line. It's like an automatic bowl making machine, the one we bought from Sweet Green.
It, like,
So
chops
that'll go
everything up,
live
right?
in the coming weeks.
What does it do? It like chops everything up. It makes it easier.
No,
to
it's
simple
like, well, perfectly, all the ingredients are in these tubes,
And they just
and it'll
shoot 'em in.
perfectly dispense.
Yeah.
But not just shoot it out. The bowl turns, and the ingredients are beautifully placed in each part of the bowl. It can do 500 bowls an hour perfectly.
Wow.
So it's an incredible.
You have
piece
to
of
have a
machinery.
pretty high food venue to knock out. I mean, robotics makes sense if you are delivering enough meals, right?
Right, it doesn't make sense.
Doesn't
That's
make sense unless
That's
you're
why the bowl
big.
making machine is not only going to be for salads, but we have fast casual Mexican, Greek, poke. We have 6 bowl concepts that'll launch in the bowl machine that we have.
And one machine handles all of those?
All those, but not only that, in November, to your point, anyone in the world would be able to build their own bowl concept that plugs into the machine and gets your branded packaging printed on demand.
How many meals a day do I have to produce in order to make that make sense, rather than hiring a person at minimum wage or just above that?
For the machine to make sense?
Yeah, for the cost of them. I would assume it makes sense when you have a really high
volume.
high
Yeah, so the
volume
machine
food.
costs about $700,000.
Yeah.
It can do 11 to 14 million in revenue annually at a 300 square feet. So let's say you're saving 20% labor on 10 million, you're saving 2 million a year in labor, and it costs you 700 grand. So-
Does that only make sense like in cities? I'm thinking if there's a Wonder by Us in Cresskill. Does
No,
it do
it's
enough
gonna-
business
it's-
that it makes sense there?
It's gonna make sense anywhere, but we have to fill up the machine, and the way to fill it up is we're building restaurants, we're buying restaurants. We just closed on a Mighty Quinn's Barbecue. I think last time we talked about Blue and Fried Chicken. So buying bulk concepts that can plug into the machine. But then I think Wonder Create, you know, when influencers or just high school students want to build their own restaurant, every time they do, they're telling their friends, they're telling their family, they're telling their followers, and we're just getting more volume, and there's no added complexity.
Is your intent on the robots to keep that technology in-house always, or would you ever license that technology to others?
Well, we're licensing it now to Sweet Green. I think we
Right.
would consider licensing it as well.
Uh-huh.
Certainly the ball machine, because it's been 7 years in the making. The infinite sauce machine, which comes out in February, is super exciting because you'll be able to make just about any sauce recipe on demand. It has 152 raw ingredients. It'll perfectly dispense, blend, and heat to make any sauce, everything from mole to arrabbiata, curry sauce, in 3 and 6 ounce cups on demand. So if you're building a restaurant, you could actually make your own a very precise recipe and have it made on demand.
You know, to the extent that Elon or others succeed at creating humanoid robots anytime soon, and I don't know what you think the timeline is for that, is there any thought in your mind about, oh my goodness, these humanoid robots are going to come in, become the sort of back end to restaurants, and that'll compete with the robots that you're building?
No, I think we're a couple decades away from that being. I mean, purposeful built robotics are hard to beat. I think the humanoid robots are great for existing infrastructure. So if you've got, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of frying machines in restaurants, and now somebody is human frying the stuff, it makes sense. You have to replace the human. But if you were kind of from a clean sheet, thinking first principle, building a fryer, you wouldn't build a fryer that needed a human to fry it.
Right.
If you build some sort of frying tunnel, and the food would go through the tunnel and get fried and come out the other side. So much cheaper to make it purposeful built than to take existing infrastructure and use humanoids. But if you don't want to start from scratch and you already have 100,000 fryers, yeah, it probably makes sense at some point
Is
to
there
replace
anybody else that you're aware of that's doing anything like this, not just here in the United States, but globally?
I mean, we looked at lots of places. No one has a commercialized, for example, bowl making machine that's been in production that is, 99.99 uptime, easy to clean. Like, it's very hard to go from sort of prototype to a commercialized machine.
Who do you see as your competition? That's what I was curious about.
Yeah. I mean, today, it's just, we are going after, every meal occasion with all the different restaurants.
Right.
Not only food for now, but also food for later with Blue Apron and oven-ready meals. So basically, eventually, taking share from grocery. People are going to cook less.
Right.
Also, I think fast food, because our mission is to make great food more accessible, we're taking this wonder food and bringing it to suburban, ex-urban, even rural areas, staying open late at night. What's open late at night in rural areas? It's fast food.
What is your take on the delivery services these days? Because you integrate with most of them.
We integrate with most of them. We own Grubhub, so we're doing the delivery
Right.
Ourselves. But I still think that the architecture, for at-home dining, doesn't really make sense to have a restaurant and a delivery service. There's two profit pools. The customer's paying for it. It's very expensive. It's not that accessible for most people. That's why only 2 meals out of the 21 meals a week are done by delivery. It's not that the demand's not there. It's that the
just the cost is
infrastructure.
too
yeah,
high.
the cost is too high. The infrastructure is not set up.
So when we have
for
Dara
at-home
on
dining.
or the DoorDash guys, so what do you think happens to that business long term?
I mean, the demand is there, but
Right.
if we are successful, we'll certainly be able to bring down the price point quite considerably on food delivered to your door. That's the infrastructure that we're building. Fully vertically integrated, tight delivery radius. We can get it to you faster, cheaper. Drones are coming in January. I think that's a big unlock for us. So in
And
Texas,
you're doing that with Zipline.
we're doing that with Zipline.
Right.
I think that'll be big because not only will it be more accurate, faster, you don't have to tip the drone, which I think, again, is bringing the price point down,
Right.
making it more accessible. And we can go twice as far in the same time to drive a car. And so you're covering a lot more households, which would be great for unit economics.
What are the prices now? Because it doesn't seem to me like it's a lot cheaper to go through Wonder at this point.
It's a
than
lot
to order
cheaper
from a
if you
local
compare. If you
restaurant.
look at same quality delivered to your door, if you go on one of the delivery aggregators and order the same meal, it's going to be 20 to 30% cheaper. No delivery fees on Wonder, and then just the price of the food is not being marked up. If you were to look at just a
What are the comps, I guess? What would you comp the Wonder restaurants to? You're talking about pretty high-end restaurants.
like fast casual. So fast casual, and then we do have steak, bronzino, salmon, chicken. Like you can get high end stuff. If you look at a steak, you get a $36 10-ounce fillet, perfect temperature, delivered to your door with no delivery fees. Like you can't get that anywhere.
Before we let you go, you're an NBA owner. I just talked to Adam Silver last week. You like Vegas or Seattle as the expansion team?
Both. I don't know.
Take both. Does it matter to you?
I mean, I'm a believer in more teams better.
Is more teams better?
I do. I believe it. I mean, this just
No, by the way, there's another view that it's going to make the league less competitive for some period of time because you have more players.
Yeah, but I still think bringing more people into the mix is going to be better long term. So it's a short term versus long term thing.
Right.
Right.
Mark, congratulations. Thank you.
All right,
It's good to
thanks.
see you. Appreciate it.
All right, it is just after 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among our top stories this morning, President Trump wants a new 50% tariff on about $20 billion in Canadian imports, including cement, milk, plywood, and hockey equipment. We'll be speaking with U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer in just a few moments just about this. The United States launched a 10th straight day of strikes on Iranian targets as Houthi rebels threaten a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia. And South Carolina Senator Darlene Graham will seek a full 6-year term after being appointed to succeed her late brother, Lindsey Graham.
The futures have remained strong throughout the session, although that doesn't mean a lot after what we saw yesterday as the chip stocks tried to rally and then turned south. We had a tough day in the NASDAQ. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre. market movers and Don's prediction on whether these gains hold throughout the day.
Let's see. I mean, I think they do if the recent memory holds. Right, this kind of move higher has been.
Put you on the
know,
spot. I didn't know you'd answer.
No, people buy the dips these days, I guess. So we'll see if that
Yeah,
sticks.
they do.
Anyway, Joe, Becky, Angel, we're going to start with another check on an earnings story. That's Dow Component 3M right now climbing just around 6% after reporting a beat on earnings and revenues for its most recent quarter. This is, of course, the maker of adhesives, cleaning supplies, medical equipment. It also raised its full-year profit outlook for the year on the back of recent cost control measures as well as price hikes. Those shares are now up about 5 1/3% on a year-to-date basis, given the moves right now. Next up, you've got shares of Equifax, which are sinking more than 10.5%, despite the credit reporting agency posting better than expected second quarter results. Revenues were in line with expectations, profits better. The company is also narrowing its guidance for the year as macroeconomic uncertainty pressures growth in the mortgage market. Shares are now down 25% on the year, so Equifax moving 10.5% lower. And we'll finish with shares of Salesforce and Adobe, both down more than 4% following downgrades over at Morgan Stanley. The firm's going to equal weight from overweight on Salesforce, with analysts saying that its legacy portfolio continues to drag on the business overall. And for Adobe shares, Morgan Stanley is going down to an underweight rating from an equal weight, saying the company is undergoing a leadership transition and faces continued AI disruptions. Both those shares, Salesforce down 3 3/4% and Adobe down about 5%. For more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro, subscribe.
The president's new 50% tariff on some goods from Canada. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. This morning, Senator Mark Warner unveiling new legislation on regulating AI. Senator Warner joins us now this morning. He is the vice chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, Lots of debate about AI in this country right now. It's becoming a bit of a political football, and maybe will become even more so, Senator. But how are you thinking about this? Walk us through what you proposed, so we can maybe discuss and debate it.
Well, one, I think about having been a tech guy when I was in the business sector. Usually when tech waves come, the tech guys, overhype, and it takes much longer. I think we're seeing in AI kind of a holy crap moment. These models are coming out at a rate of speed that blows me away. And AI is not going away, and I do accept the fact that we don't want China to win, but I do think we need some guardrails. I put it into 4 buckets. First of all, on data centers. I think there needs to be minimum federal standards on power usage, water usage, setbacks from neighborhoods, backup power, and there ought to be a requirement that you don't get all things like bonus depreciation until you meet those standards. Second bucket I put in is kind of personal safety and consumer trust. I think we all realize we probably screwed up with our kids not having guardrails on social media. We've already seen the courts start weighing in on chatbots who encourage young people to do awful things like suicide. I think we need more in that area, particularly around non-consensual nudes and imagery, a host of children protection issues. Coupled with that, I lay out some ideas, and there's other ideas in this domain, about what kind of activity should there be around AI agentic agents. I think there ought to be interoperability, but I also think there needs to be a duty of care. A lot more on that. Third category, I put national security. There was a wake-up call both from our intelligence community and, frankly, from the finance industry when Mythos came out a few months back. We've had a few more models after that. And I think even the administration is acknowledging, we need some level of mandatory pre-testing. Easy to say. How do you implement? How long? Who's on the panel? Is there even a FINRA-type model that starts with some industry self-testing, but you've got to have some government checkoff? But we really need to get that right yesterday. And then finally, on the economic disruption, I'll even buy that there'll be AI jobs created 5 years out. But the next 5 years, I think, will be hugely disruptive. And unlike when we saw globalization and hit low-end jobs, I think it's going to hit recent college grads. I think I had a debate with Joe on your show one time. I think we could hit 30% recent college grad unemployment. I hope I'm wrong, but if we are going to head that direction, we need a massive retraining program now. And candidly, we don't fully know what that looks like. If we had this conversation 4 years ago, we'd say, let's make everybody learn to be a basic coder. That was well-intentioned, but not the right goal. We do know there's going to be a growth in trades jobs, economic jobs, healthcare jobs. If I could take half of the kids who are majoring in college in business or business administration and get them into healthcare, where there will be jobs, we need that kind of almost, not to overstate or be a fearmonger, but depression area kind of intervention for the next 5 years.
Senator, here's the question. Let's go back to the China point, because I know it's sort of the thing that overhangs all of this. All of a sudden, even the last week, we saw a new model come out of China, which, and look, you could argue that it was, quote, distilled. Some people would claim that means stolen, but clearly competitive with the most advanced frontier models in the United States, from Claude and OpenAI. It's at least in that league, and it's open weight. The efficiency, there's some questions about. But I mention this because if you believe that we're going to regulate AI in the United States, how you think that's going to work on a global basis, and what does that mean to our competitiveness if China is doing something that's in a completely different approach and way?
Well, first of all, it's a great question. And secondly, particularly in terms of the vulnerabilities that some of these models are pointing out, the Chinese have got the same concerns. At some level, we're going to need some level of collaboration, number one. Number two, I think the model you're probably referencing is Kimi. They are open source. They're exponentially cheaper. One of the reasons why I think we need a revenue stream from the industry. That's why I looked at slowing down accelerated depreciation rather than a token tax or a usage tax that would push American companies into these Chinese models. How we fully sort that out when you got Chinese models 10 to 20 times cheaper, and in a market base. If you want America to win, I think we need some rules, but I don't think that's going to result in suddenly us banning all open source models. I think there is enough incentive, and some of this is going to have to be done on a global basis, that the very systems that Mythos makes potentially vulnerable to exploits, the Chinese have the same problem. So I think we need some international collaboration, but I don't buy the argument that some in the administration had, and I think even the administration are changing their view, that we just got to go pedal to the metal and no rules of the road at
Senator,
all.
would you-
We're talking about hugely problematic issues.
Would you support, and there are people inside the administration, I believe, that advocate for the idea of effectively shuttering these Chinese models to the U.S., meaning that you effectively try to cut them off? Because the truth is, potentially, you could argue there's dumping in the United States. If you were to put these models into this country en masse, it would effectively undermine the cost of the ecosystem that's been built. Having said that, maybe you wouldn't have access to the best models in the future. I don't know if that's true. I mean, how do you think about that? And does this now become a chess piece in this trade war with China?
Well, let's go back. I mean, the Biden crowd maybe didn't have it completely right, but they at least had a coherent theory about should we sell advanced chips to China. And they screwed up the implementation in terms of what category you win. The Trump administration comes in and says at first we're concerned, and then they say no, it's open season, sell whatever advanced chips possible. So I don't have the slightest idea what the Trump administration's policy on this is. The idea of cutting off all these open source models, I think that the horses out of the barn, or cows out of the barn, whatever the thing is, if you may have these distilled models, they may not be Chinese, but if they pop up tomorrow as Malaysian, or as, the French have actually with Mistral have got a decent model, I'm not sure how you stop the kind of open source models that are 80% as good, but a heck of a lot cheaper. I think that debate is over. I want strong rules against China, but I also don't think that should default into we should have no responsibility around data centers, no responsibility around agentic agents, frankly, no addressing of the workforce displacement. Because my biggest fear for AI, I'm an AI long optimist, is you've got populism from both the left and the right coming in, and we may shut down that innovation because people's fear of this change that's coming at us at unprecedented rate of speed.
Can we talk about Iran for a moment? Because I think there's still obviously a big question mark over how this ends. Does it end? Do you need to put boots on the ground to actually be able to maintain the strait? What do you think that ultimately looks like? What would you actually advocate for at this point?
Well, I think the president ought to declare victory and get out of this war of choice. Because if you look at the four criteria he laid out at the beginning, regime change, well, not so good. We got a crowd that's worse than ever. The enriched uranium, they've got it. It would take 15,000 troops on the ground, probably for over a week, to extract it. I don't think anybody wants that. The missiles and drones, clearly they've got that capacity. And what was so crazy is this administration turned down the Ukrainian technology that has figured out how, on a cost-effective basis, to shoot down Iranian drones. And hey, Strait of Hormuz, gas is back at $4, diesel's above $5, and our image in that region in the world is at an all-time low. Back to China, a poll came out last week showing China viewed more favorably than America around the world, even amongst our biggest allies. A lot of this was due to this folly of this war of choice. I can tell you, as a former chair of the Intel Committee, there was no imminent threat from Iran. So it'll be embarrassing, but the president ought to declare victory and get out as smoothly as possible.
I wanted to also just ask you about the current state of the Democratic Party and some of the DSA candidates and how you feel about the increasing support within your party of some of those candidates who've made, by the way, some remarks over time that I think would, at least for some people, shock the conscience. Maybe they would argue that others have shocked the conscience in other ways. But where do you see the party right now?
Yeah, listen, I think people are frustrated. I very much disagree with some of the DSA positions. But there is a level of wealth inequality in this country that we got to address. It's one of the reasons why on the AI issues, we need a revenue stream that the tech community pays into to help on this worker transformation. One of the things that I get upset with on the Democratic side, and I think we're starting to change this and recognize this, we talk a good game sometimes, but actually delivering. A huge frustration for me was when we put all the money, $62 billion, into broadband, but under President Biden, we didn't put a mile of fiber in the ground because partially the law set up, but we had way too much bureaucracy. There is some hope though. This road to housing where people from Elizabeth Warren to me, we worked well together. We did a lot of small ball things about trying to increase our 6 million unit short housing supply. A lot of that was due to adding incentives that try to deregulate the ability to get more houses built quickly and give incentives to localities to do this. So I think the Democratic Party directionally is right. I think we ought to talk less and deliver more. And that frustration, if we don't deliver more, comes out with some of these folks on the extreme. I don't think the best politics are made on the extremes of either party.
Let me ask you about the extreme. Do you believe that you should have you think you should have a big tent? Is the idea to have a big tent? And do you believe that some of the individuals inside this party are flawed enough that you shouldn't have them in the tent, or you should denounce some of the things that they've said, whether it relates to Jews or Israel or Hamas? I mean, there's been a lot of comments recently that I think some people have big questions about.
Yeah. Listen, I think we saw in Maine the problem when when folks fall in love with a candidate without appropriate vetting. Anybody that's going to go into elective office, you got to go through your record. Now, again, people will say, well, hold it, Donald Trump has done all these things. I think we do need better vetting. I would also say this, at least we're having an ideological debate in the Republican Party. I'm sorry, in the Democratic Party. There is no debate in the Republican Party. There is no Republican Party anymore. There's a group of Trump sycophants. This sounds ironic from a Democrat, but I want there to be a strong center-right Republican Party that we can argue with civilly. And I think the only way you get a center-right Republican Party back is if we kick their butt this year, so that the MAGA venom, which is not ideological, but at the most extreme, is kind of returned. And maybe that would allow the Democrats as well to move back to an engagement where we debate policy, but who can actually deliver goods immediately to the American people? We need to speed that up on the Democrat side.
Do you support Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed?
I have stayed out of all of these races. I'm just not, I'm running myself this year. I'm trying to get reelected myself in Virginia, and that's where my focus is.
I guess you're kind of dodging, dancing, weaving. I understand that's how things work, Senator. I will say, whenever people used to describe you as a moderate, I would always say, really, as a moderate. Now I think you're a moderate. It has moved so. It's gotten to the point now where where you do look like a moderate, but you still haven't just addressed defunding police, defunding ICE, socialism, capitalism not being the type of system that the economy is based on. I know big tent, I hear all the happy talk and everything like that, but and to say, well, Graham Plattner, that we found out later that he wasn't vetted. Well, all along, there were plenty of things that would have got, if Democrats didn't want to win so badly and regain power, there were plenty of things that a normal person would have said, there's a problem here.
Joe, as you know, my background, first my family graduated from college, failed a couple times in business, then did well. I believe in the free enterprise system, but it's only going to work if everybody gets a fair shot. And I think our modern capitalism ought to be more focused on, long-term investment. I think it ought to be more focused on, frankly, we've debated this on your show before. We ought to have a tax code and accounting code that treats the same investment in human capital as it does in a piece of equipment. You buy a computer, for $5,000, you get a tax credit, and it's an asset. you spend the same money on making a couple human beings better, you don't get the same tax treatment. So I think there are ways, and you might call it radical, to actually make our capitalism work for more people. And I think we got to acknowledge that people like you and I, Joe, get a certain advantage. White guys with right education get a better advantage in our system. And to deny that, I just think that shows, I'm not saying you do, but I think that shows a disconnection from reality as well.
It's just, but it's still a huge leap to a lot of the socialism, the tenets of socialism. And
Did you say, have you ever seen me say defund the police? Have you ever seen me say?
no, but I haven't seen you say
that's
that's absolutely impossible to support someone that does that. How about arresting Netanyahu
I do not
and doubling down on arresting?
I do not support. I do not support defunding the police. I do support meaningful reforms on ICE so that we don't have the outrageous activities with these guys who are not.
Netanyahu should be at the Hague
but I tell you this
in
much.
prison for war crimes. I mean, there's things that are
but I
coming
tell
out.
you this much. I fear for the fact, as a long-term supporter of Israel, that my kids have only grown up with an Israel where Bibi's been the head, and I completely reject his government. I even voted against the effort to continue to allow the West Bank settlers to use American bulldozers to destroy homes. Bibi Netanyahu's done more to hurt the image of Israel than all prior Israeli leaders combined, and that's not good for Israel.
And what does that mean for what Mayor Mamdani has said specifically about trying to arrest Netanyahu when he comes to New York for the UN week in September?
Listen, Andrew, there's been a lot of leaders that we all have disagreed with that have come to the UN that haven't been subject to American legal jurisdiction. I candidly have not been following the ins and outs of it. I've been actually following on trying to put some rational policies in place on things like AI and trying to push back against Chinese dominance in so many of these domains where we have technology competition. That's a better use of my time.
Senator Warner, always enjoy talking to you and look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, still to come from the Iran war to corporate earnings, what you need to be watching in the markets. The futures ahead of the open have been there most of the morning session. 300 plus points on the NASDAQ indicated so far. We're coming right back. Novo Nordisk is suing rival Eli Lilly in U.S. federal court, accusing it of false advertising and claiming that its weight loss medicines outperform Novo's. The claim alleges that Lilly compared the highest approved doses of its medicines with lower doses of Novo's Wegovy and Ozempic, while omitting the newer high-dose versions that Novo says deliver greater weight loss. Novo is seeking a court order requiring Lilly to withdraw the ads and run a corrective ad campaign.
A California district judge has temporarily blocked Paramount Sundance's proposed acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery. The judge granted a temporary restraining order yesterday, putting a 14-day pause on merger activities. Last week, a group of state attorneys general, led by California's Rob Bonta, filed a lawsuit seeking to block the deal over antitrust concerns. The judge said that the AGs presented compelling evidence that the combined firm would possess substantial market share in the wide-release theatrical distribution market. A Paramount spokesperson said that the company is confident that the state attorney general's arguments are without merit. Paramount said that the delay preserves the status quo while the court considers the antitrust issues presented.
And shares of Samsung jumping 6% overnight in South Korea. The company announced the creation of a robotics division. It's called RX, or Robotics Experience. It says that it's going to drive a mid to long-term strategy from core tech development to commercialization. Samsung planning to establish research bases in the U.S., also in China, and also in Japan.
All right, still to come, President Trump imposing 50% tariffs on some Canadian goods. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer joins us with the latest on America's trade policies. As we head to break, here's a look at this morning's pre-market winners and losers in the S&P 500. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Joining us right now to talk markets, which, by the way, are indicated higher today, but not by as much as we saw just a couple hours ago. Right now, the S&P's indicated up by 14, the Dow futures up by 77, the Nasdaq up by 320. Kate Moore joins us right now. She is Chief Investment Officer at Citi Wealth. And Kate, thank you for coming in.
Yeah, good morning.
We are just over halfway through the year, and you've got some themes that you've been watching, some things that you've been thinking. I think my biggest takeaway is that you basically think game on at this point. You are telling people to stay invested.
Yeah, we are
Fully
definitely
invested.
game on. Yes, fully invested, and we have been fully invested on the equity side. But one of the things we've been doing is kind of layering in some of what we think are more secular themes, complementing what people are getting from their beta exposure and their equity part of their book. And we started talking about, many things that people were concerned around: energy security, supply chain security, in the first part of this year, and how important that's going to be to invest alongside the industrial and kind of commodity complex that does well as both companies and governments create more resiliency. Now, another area that we're increasingly focused on, it's not a new area, but we think is an additional good layer for people's equity exposure, is across cybersecurity and data security in general. And the reason why we're highlighting this now and thinking about it now is we looked at the budgets for most companies, what percentage of their tech budget is going to cyber, and just it feels too low, given the proliferation of AI agents.
I was going to say,
and
it's just
the
because of
broad data
AI.
threat.
Yeah.
So,
The companies are spending right now on AI, but not maybe spending commensurately on cybersecurity.
that's right. I mean, we're not talking about a single kind of cyber attack or a series of people that could be engaging in it, but almost infinite AI agents across a huge attack surface that could be, taking down people's data, ruining the operational situation for many companies, and in fact, of course, providing them with a risk in terms of their price and reputation. So I think there are a lot of reasons why companies will need to increase their spend in this space. And even though some of the bigger platform enterprise software companies serving data security have rallied, we don't think it's the end.
But you like U.S. equities more than anything else at this point.
Yeah, so a big theme throughout this course of this year, given the fact that there was a lot of multiple expansion in the market in certain other areas of the world, particularly like Europe last year, we think that equities need to be driven by earnings and fundamentals over the course of this year. And of course, that's what we've seen, right? Earnings have been powering the equity market higher. It's not been multiples. In fact, there's been multiple contraction across every major market, more pronounced in the US and emerging markets, areas more tied to the AI and tech side. So we're just staying really anchored in the fundamentals, not expecting multiple expansion.
You do say, though, that FOMO is still running rampant, fear of missing out, that's a big issue, and that as a result, or I don't know if there's a chicken and egg, but what caused what, the cycles that we've seen for downturn have been much
Super short.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're waiting to buy on the dip, good luck.
Right.
Don't blink.
And don't blink. And I think that many groups of investors, the individual investors, and of course anyone who relies on models, have been taught over and over again at increasing speed over the last 5 and 10 years that the longer you sit on the sidelines, the fewer your opportunities to buy on pullbacks. We all know there's a lot of cash on the sidelines. You can measure it in a lot of different ways. People's overall accounts, but also corporate cash. There's lots of things that can kind of step into
Money
the
markets.
money markets. But the amount of money that could be deployed is enormous and actually has not decreased, even as financial assets have appreciated. So people are still putting money away. And if that's the case, and you get a pullback and good fundamental companies are selling at a somewhat of a discount, then I think it's incredibly important
rhetoric.
for people to realize that you have to move
Oh,
quickly.
now all of a sudden we're bullish and we're buying the dip. All of a sudden, oh, we were bearish. The market was going to tank. Oh, now we're buying the dip mentality. Which I've been doing from day one. So shut up. Yesterday's bottom was perfect. I don't know what I was thinking when I traded this. And then we hit it last night after hours. That knife caught me pretty bad right there. $600 loss. I really thought that thing was going to turn around right there, but boom! We're about to hit the first support. So on the SPY. I'll catch you later. I can't wait until I don't have to work no more. I'm done. I'm completely done with it. 20, 30, 35 years ago, it was a blast. Now that we're in socialist, it's not that much more fun. America, socialist country. I'm here. Where the frick?
I'm here. I have all my marbles together now.
Bounced perfectly off the 200 SMA on the 5-minute yay. I just can't believe, you know, I think there's a time in life where you got to slow down a little bit. I still feel like a 20-year-old. Okay. Did I have that on mute all that time, or did I mute it?
What happens worldwide? Because diabetes is really where Abbott cleans up. Yeah.
So I'm gonna reprogram myself here. Resistance to break will be the orb at 746.89. Actually, it's a Head and Shoulders. This one right here. You have previous triple top, Head and Shoulders, two-headed snake, rising higher highs. It's going to go there. And then that's going to be the determination if we're going to take it up to a triple top. Here we go, and we're off to the races. Washboardjim is in 8th place. Coming around the corner. Man, we got some dinglings going on. So MSCI. That's still way overbought. $500? There ain't no frickin' way. That ain't the same one I'm thinking of then. No, it can't be. SMCI. Come on, bitch. SMCO. Hurry up. Now what the frick? That alert. MSCI. I was wondering. That's a different story. Got a J-hook. J-hook cup and handle started. Earnings. SMCI. SMCI. MSCI. Fuck.
Motor.
We hit the 200 just like Jimmy said on the SPX. Coming back down to the VWAP on the /ES. No, we didn't. Oh, we're way up here. Never mind. Okay. I gotta take a deep breath. I'm not gonna pull a McGregor like I did yesterday. I wrote a couple nasty letters to Schwab. SPX did hit a resistance level from yesterday, and we've got a head and shoulders support. Could go a couple ways. It could go up like that, which it hit, and then come down. I don't know if I should take that one. Probably that one I should take. Where was it? This right. No, damn. How did I see that? How did I see that? Oh, right here, right here. I know a guy that's a good trader. I tried to show him what a pattern looked like. I asked him, you know what kind of pattern this is? You're asking the wrong guy. I guarantee it, if he learned how to read patterns and trade the way he does, he'd be an excellent trader. He's a gamma. We did pull back to support for the first one. Right to the T, right to the penny. On the SPX. SPY's pulled back. Oh, damn. I wouldn't have took that trade anyway, but... Man, I really had a hard time last night, but I was on a mission. I'll talk about it later. You ever just want to do something to prove that you can do it? Even if you don't know how from scratch? All kinds of troubleshooting ideas. And we got solid support off that there. I missed a trade there. Whew. I think my next vacation is going to be very, very expensive. Beautiful trade right there on the SPY. Right into 3 white soldiers. Dadgummit. Dadum. Dun dun. I feel real calm after what I've had go through last night. We got a triple top on the SPY. On the 5-minute, we got the 200 SMA with an inverted hammer. On the SPX, we got a doji, upside down dragonfly, now into an inverted hammer. So let's see here. Can we drop down to these other levels? That's cut. The 746 SPYs If it doesn't hold the 200, I'm going to buy a put. I have them both set up here so I can. Today's the 21st. The 744 put. So we go for the calls. I like this inverted hammer off this 200, but it's still under, it needs to break there. It's going to fly, I think. Well, could have got there at 119 to 129 if I could have got out. And about the time I get ready to jump in this for a call, it'll tank. So I'm just going to be patient here. I mean, I want in it bad. SPX. SPX, baby. Strike. Seven. Oh, this is a SPY. Fuck. What am I doing? Oh man, what a bounce off that. 200. So that's the 5 minute at the 21. We got a spinning top off the 63. That's on the 1 minute. Okay. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Wow. Okay, we're getting to the 200. I'm going to raise my alert above the 200 SMA. This alert's been raised up above the... Okay, prepare ye in the name of the Lord. SPY calls. You ready? Things are looking pretty bad in Iran right now, so we got to be very careful. One accident, one wrong missile from some other country like China or Russia could really not turn out very well. .93 for my first entry. Shit. Come on. Jeez. Come on, hold the 200. Be my friend. And be my friend. No. That's the 5 minute with three black crows with a tweezer bottom on the spy, and it's deep. Well, I thought it was depreciating a little bit, but maybe not. You see where the trend line is? Use the bodies and the wicks. So if you wanted to like test a resistance, run a trend line from the body, and then run another one with the wicks because they line up so swell. And somewhere in this VWAP, let's look at my watch list while I play around with this sucker, because this inverted hammer, damn it. Come on. Tony and Jim. Volume leaders are Intel and NVIDIA. You can't stay away from these chips, no matter how much they try to tell you. AMD's up 24 bucks. Man, that was a nice flag called out yesterday. The megaphone. Uh-oh. Well, quit fucking with me. Still there, man. I mean, I'm just waiting. PLTR, we got coins up $14. Coin is up $14. Today's loser, Shop, Home Depot, Target. I drove by Target today, and I thought it was cool. They were redoing the parking lot, which I thought was very respectful, and they had charging stations in the parking lot. Now I thought that was a very smart move for Target. Instead of putting she-he bathing suits in the front aisle as you walk in the door, I'm kind of saying, oh, that's kind of cool for Target. I'm waiting for this thing to break out. It seems like we consolidated long enough here for 6 minutes. I don't know if it's going to work or not. It just keeps toying with me. We've got a tweezer bottom, 3 black crows on the 5 minute. I mean, it looks strong. We've got all these bullish candles here. I don't know, I ain't gonna wait around forever for a sucker to bounce. Just add plenty of time. Apple's got a double bottom. Come on. Okay. Not going to work out or what? We now went below the 200, so I have still up my support. Who's in puts? Anybody? SanDisk is the one I was thinking of. Yep. Let's go. We're sick of it. I'll sing Elvis. I'll sing Elvis for you. Thank you very much. I can get out even, or I can wait this out. I'm going to wait it out. It went a little longer than I wanted it to. There's 102. Now we're talking business. Now we're talking business. Sell the sucker if you're stuck in this trade. We just hit the first resistance. I want to see if I can get another 10 cents out of it. Bullish, 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 bullish. But the sentiment is not bullish. A lot of people, a lot of weird institutional traders trade a lot different than I do. Well, they trade, actually they kind of trade the same, but they also trade differently. Buy the dip mentality, and then here we go. Now, definitely get out of this trade. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Chart patterns. So this weekend I'm going to write some kind of format, and I'm going to become like my own little news, my own little Schwab, or my own little CNBC squawk box. I'll be interviewing people. I've got an interview coming up right now for next week with Bigfoot. He's originated out of Portland, Oregon, off Mount Hood, living about 5 miles west of the Zigzag River. And then I'm trying to get Trump on here. I've got a message out to Elon Musk, and maybe we can get lucky and get Hillary Clinton on here. As it starts to pull back and retest, shall we jump back in it again? Yes or no? 87 cents. Yes or no? 87 cents. Yes or no? Maybe and a no. I got a yes. We got a maybe and a no. I saw that maybe. Put that maybe back up there. You'll be hiding that. You damn Yankee. I mean, it's definitely, the only thing keeping me is the tweezer bottom and the 200. And there's still a lot of negativity, so you're definitely, you know, you want to in and out, in and out. Take that profit. Don't frickin' worry about a breakout. Don't worry about a breakout. Get out of there. Don't worry about a breakout. By God. There you go, Johnny. There you go, Yankee. This rebel will teach you how to trade. Washboardjim, if you ever get real tired, I will be here for you. Oh yeah. You know, all these conservative women and men that are going off crazy like, I'm blocking them all. Like Candace Owens and, oh, what's that other bitch? Megyn Kelly. Every one of their theories have been wrong about Charlie Kirk.
Never
Found the four-leaf clover, bring this luck to me. Rabbit, sweet lucky star, no magic wishing tree, but I got lucky. Yes, I got lucky when I traded you. Got a rainbow round my shoulder, no horseshoe on the door. I got news for load me tight. Who could ask for more? I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. Won't you tell me that you love me? Hurry up and make my day. We all know that my good luck is really here to stay. I got lucky. I got lucky. When I traded you. All this run around with all my fingers crossed. I'm my friend just might get lost. Tell me that I love you. What's in make my day? Oh, that my true love is really here to stay. Well, I got lucky. I got lucky. When I traded you, I got lucky. I got lucky. When I traded you. Fast hands today. A lot of uncertainty out there. And has nothing to do with stocks. I don't even know if I want to turn on Schwab. They're not giving us any cleavage. They're yakking too much about companies that just doesn't make a difference to me, one bit of sense. Look at that SPY now. I'm thinking this thing's going to break out. It's at 97, so I still got out of a good spot. See, now we both, but see, this is where you got to pay close attention. If you trade like with the 200 SMA and EMA, now that changes my whole perspective on this trade. Because once we were under the 200, we were bearish. Now that we're above the 200, we become bullish. But what the heck? Why is it going down? There's something ain't right here. There's a big delay or something. What the fuck? This is at 83 cents. It should be a lot higher. Oh, that's the put. Okay, I've had enough. I'm telling you, I'm getting old. My mind's not there no more. I need some booty. Haven't had booty since I was 16. Okay. That's funny. Let me sit there looking at a put saying, well, that would have been a good trade right there on SPY. So we got the snake. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. If you can count to 4, you just might learn to make a little bit more. So we've got 3 different situations here. We got 1 bus, 2 bits, 3 with a wick, and we had a breakout. Then we got 1, so that makes it 4. Then we had a 1'em, 2 bits, and a freebie. So 3, 4, boom! Breaks out of the channel. I do that wick resistance on there. See? And then we came back and retested the wick for another entry if you wanted to take the trade. We got a hammer and a hammer and a hammer with a tweezer bottom. And here you got inverse head and shoulders on the IWM on the 5-minute. Right now we're just kind of consolidating. We had SPX, 3 black crows off the 21, higher lows, symmetrical flag, so they could easily come back down. I'm going to set an alert down here at the bottom, or off this shoulder line on that SPY. There's nobody on YouTube that spends 8 hours a day showing you this. Nobody. AMD's pulled back to the 60, to the 200. NVIDIA's pulling back to support. Apple bounced off the double bottom. Okay, let's see if we can find a ticker to trade. I'm liking Apple. I called a double bottom on. Had a double bottom, higher low. Not by much. Now we're at the 200 for a scalp. And AMD, watch AMD here. It's had a good breakout already. That's my issue. NVIDIA's at support line. Apple's at resistance to break. Symmetrical flag on Meta. SPY's above the 200 SMA and holding up. This is a squeeze right here if it's going to do it. Oh boy. Uh-oh. I'll take 5 Big Macs. And then a girl asked me if she wanted to get me a Starbucks. And I said, I'll take 5 Big Macs, baby. I'm watching AMD on for me. Breakout on Apple. NVIDIA 200 SMA. You could do a Fibonacci on AMD if you liked. I'll get over here on. Ba, 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 ba. IWM double top. Yeah, triple top on the SPY. 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 I'm also the only trader out there that repeats the ticker 2 or 3 times after the call has been made. Communication has always been my best quality. Nancy, get off the damn toilet. Okay, well, coin up 10%. Boom, baby. Coin in mirrors. Mirrors. Mirror. Mr. MSTR. Okay, here we are, coming back to support. Prepare ye in the name of Ubula. Abula. The menace from the jungle. We are looking at the 746, the 746s. Same trade that I made earlier. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. We have an inverse head and shoulders. Inverted head and shoulders. Inverted head and shoulders. Now what the heck did I just do? Undo the remove note. Boom, baby. I'm out. That was so beautiful. That was so beautiful. Look at that. Woo! Out. Now that's trading. That's trading. Ah ba 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 ba. Ah ba 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 ba. Ah ba 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 ba. Bum ba bum ba bum. My name is Washboardjim. Anybody take the trade with Bobo? Did anybody take the trade with Bobo? way too fast. You gotta keep your eye on it. That's for sure. Just talking to the boss. Is he a rebel or a Yankee? Or he's a Antifa member?
Get up to $280 in savings on a set of 4 eligible Bridgestone or Firestone tires. I think the perfect tire.
This goes out to the Yankee. Yankee Doodle Dandy, mind the music, keep it step, it will be handy. Okay. Mr. pulling back. Coin boom. Coin boom, 155 to 179 from yesterday's low. Inverse head and shoulders off the 200. SMA for AMD bounce. Double bottom called on NVIDIA bounce. Double bottom on Apple called bounce, and called the inverse on Meta. Baba's pulled back. Then what about pot stocks? Ooh, what's this? I don't need that on there. Pot stocks Tilray is one that's took the hit. ACB. Wow, breakout on Apple. Damn. Coin's really a nice trade today. NVIDIA bounced off my call. So did Meta. SPX new high. Wow. Spies. Oh my God. Spies look nice. 174 on the spies. 77. I'm out of them. Way too soon. That'd been another 500 bucks. 182.83. Man, coin. God. IWM Tweezer top, IWM. As we come back down, so we had a tweezer top. It actually worked! Woo! For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow. Rufflestiltskin. Now don't get complacent on that good trade. Call your mother up and tell her how good you did. Go out and buy you a Starbucks. That's a Starbucks. So as we go into correction mode, last night, let's go ahead and tell my little story live, because the people on YouTube probably don't know what's going down. We're at the 63 on the SPY. So this weekend, there's a little ring that sometimes shows up in a sink down there at the bottom where the drain is. And I always run a little cube of bleach around it and then wipe it off. Takes a couple seconds. I forgot about it. I put a bunch of bleach down there and forgot about it, completely forgot about it. Got a message yesterday after close. Jim, what have you done to my sink? I said, oh shit. Right then I knew I forgot to wipe that toilet bowl cleaner, bleach. Toilet bowl cleaner, bleach, really hardcore stuff. Not the cheap stuff you buy. And it ate all the chrome off of the drain. So he messaged me and I said, oh shit. And I couldn't sleep last night, so I got up out of bed and went to the job site and tore it apart. And went to Lowe's and sat there for about a half hour trying to figure out which one to get. Could get no help. And then, so I got it and I assembled it. It took me a while to figure it out. I got it together and I couldn't get it to stop leaking. Or it stopped, it didn't leak. But I put a scratch on the drain. I said, fuck, after I got it all together. So I took it all apart. So I walked away from it. I said, I'm done. And I said, no, I can't leave that scratch on that damn drain. I got to go buy me another one. So I went back to Lowe's and I bought me another one for twice the price. And I came back and I assembled it and the thing would leak. It leaked. I just couldn't figure out why it was leaking. The other one didn't leak. This one was made out of all metal. The other one was plastic. So I had to put some tape around this one thing. I couldn't figure out why it was leaking. I turned it and it tightened up and it still leaked. I didn't know what to do. I took some of that plumber's tape and put it around it and tightened it up. And then I got the leak to stop. So that took me 4 hours. I felt I wasn't going to finish this job until I got it right. I don't care if I had to stay there and spend the night. If I had to buy 20 of them, I was going to get the job done. Go by there and buy the whole damn aisle. So I got it all done, and the soap dispenser wasn't working. He never said anything about it. So I said, well, being as I went this far, might as well get that soap dispenser working. So I took it apart and brought it home and cleaned it all out and got it to working. And I gotta go back and assemble it tomorrow. But it took me 4 hours and I got a blister on my knee. I mean, I was sweating, couldn't figure out what I did wrong. Took it apart 5 or 6 different times. I used to be real good at solving problems, but that's all I've done all my life. I'm just getting tired of it. I'd rather solve my own. Well, that was my problem, but so that was that, a little big learning lesson. Bugs in the spy. Bounced right off the 63, didn't it, buddy? We're at the shoulder line. We're at the shoulder line on the spy. Is it going to break to double top? Or is it going to reverse and consolidate? Or will it create an ascending triangle? That's the question. Am I correct? Bounced right off the 63 EMA with a tweezer bottom and a hammer. So you look at these candles, you know. That's bullish. I mean, that's a tweezer bottom. Snake breakout, pull back, boom. They need to be close. They need to be pretty close. And if you have a confirmation, they need to, on a 1 minute, that's on a 1 minute. And you can use a 5 minute also. use a 5-minute like you did over here on the IWM. Yankee, if you look up here to the chart, you got a tweezer bottom that's almost perfect. I'd rather them be more perfect than not, because that would be a true double bottom. I wouldn't pertain much about the wicks. I would be concerned more about the bodies of the candle. I try to trade everything around the bodies. That gets me in the best time to get in a trade and the best time to get out of a trade than trying to take a risk of trying to get out of the wick. Inverse head and shoulders, left shoulder, right shoulder, boom. Just got to learn them 16 patterns and study candlesticks. 3 or 4 candlestick patterns. 5 1-minute candlestick patterns. 5-minute tweezer bottom patterns. So let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. I want to check something out. I just got a brain fart. Okay, bullish, bearish, 5-minute candlesticks. 5-minute candlesticks represent a short-term price action, often used for the day trading and scalping. Bullish candles are green, signaling buying pressure, close the high, then open, while bearish candles are red, indicating selling pressure, close to lower, then open. To trade these, focus on the reversals and continuation patterns forming near key support or resistance levels. This is a harmonic reversal here. See, it's got that lower low. I don't know about that. If they're talking about anything stupid, I'm shutting them right off.
3 sets of weeklies after September expiration or after August expiration, I should say, to hedge to further lower the cost of the SEP if need be. So I think GM's certainly looking good here, and certainly in comparison to some of these AI names, a little bit less volatile. I think investors will kind of start to move maybe towards these stocks as we get into the end of summer going forward.
Right,
GM has never been a good stock to trade.
In the closet, though, Tim, great one.
GM has never been a good stock to trade until this last breakout. I mean, I've been watching this stock for a long frickin' time. This stock, General Motors never really broke out. This is a huge institutional trade. They got the big money. I mean, if it jumps up $1, they're up a couple $1 million. Okay? They're constantly waiting to buy the dip on this. And this is the first time I've actually seen it act like a halfway decent stock. I mean, this thing's been crap for year after year after year after year after year. 3, 6, 9, 12. Good 3, 6, 10 years. 11 years. 12, 13, 14. 14 years it didn't do shit. And then Biden came in with that EV pump and give them all that money. And then Trump came in and said, I'm taking the crap away from you. You got plenty of money. You're General Motors. We got a tweezer top on the yearly right now. So resistance will definitely be that 81.91 area. And each one of these candles represent a year. So I never did really like trading this stock. I did when it bankrupted and went down to 27 cents. I mean, and made a ton of money on it. When I say I've seen days a whole lot worse, the Obama crash was probably the worst one I've ever seen my whole entire life. That was a crash. General Motors went from $40 all the way to 27 cents. And of course, I got a different excuse why we had the crash than what the fat cats. I always have a different excuse because I can't believe a lot of shit that these people say. One, because they're fundamental traders. You got the great fundamentals, the best fundamentals, and it's still tank. All it takes is one headline. CEO caught masturbating in the bathroom. Or CEO has sexual relations with a minor. You know how many times I was pinched on the butt at work? I had to say no. I said, I don't fraternize. I've never fraternized with anybody I've ever worked with, except when I was in high school. You know, like a big orgy back then. $81.67 resistance for GM. So I'm not, I guess you can tell I have a huge bias on GM. Very big. It is an institutional, that's the only, I mean, what are they going to buy? They're going to buy General Motors over Ford. They're going to buy General Motors over Elon. They're going to, you know, institutional trades are in General Motors. I use all kinds of different time frames. Man's not so bouncing the spy right there. Let's see what she says. Let's see how long I can handle Marley today.
If we get good numbers from ServiceNow, does that potentially change the outlook for Adobe and Workday, or is there enough differentiation that it will not be the tide that lifts all boats?
I don't care about Adobe or whoever.
It was clearly the one that took them down. Not necessarily just took them down, but it certainly accelerated this move. I'm not sure, because ServiceNow has been centered by, Jensen Huang, for example, as a potential winner. He didn't say Adobe. He didn't say Workday.
Yeah, so why in the hell would you bring it up,
It's going to be one
Marley?
of those things where if they do finally give something to the street, they can show that visibility. It's going to be this is a ServiceNow win, not an industry win. Whereas if ServiceNow struggles, it's like, well, what does that mean for everybody else? So I still think it's really
ServiceNow
important
sucks.
to get that initial boost. I'm not sure anything ServiceNow says changes the Adobe or Workday landscape, though.
All right, well, we are seeing both names move lower today. On that note, Alex, really appreciate you breaking that down for us. That's Alex Coffey, our senior equities contributor here on the network. I do want to take a closer...
I used to really love this show. I had a huge crush on your boobies too. But I don't think I can live with you. I can see it right now. Would you think it would be better if you used the fork for the salad instead of the steak? We use steak knives on the steak here. It's more prominent to be used. Do you think that'll affect the tenderness and the fat that lies between the fibers of the meat?
Going well, that can give enough confidence to investors that they can hold on if they reject the deal. Those are the two.
God, I can't take this anymore. ServiceNow is at support, and we do have earnings coming out. Now, let me look at this as a chartist artist. If I can find me a now, there it is. We're going to go to, the first one will be the weekly. Let's go to the yearly. Where are you tonight? So I was looking at the yearly earlier, and we've got a triple bottom that was almost close. So let's clean this up. And I don't know why this didn't trigger. Unless it was, oh, it's yearly, that's why. So let's go to the weekly and see where them supports were. Oh gosh, look how beautiful that is. See, this would have been a great trade if I'd have said, I don't know why that didn't trigger. Probably because I set the alerts a little bit later. Yeah, I probably charted that already. So let's go to the daily. And that's a good spot right there too. I'm gonna raise it up to these bodies right there and set my alert. This could probably run up to 124 if it gets any kind of good news. And the VIX. I got to remind myself to watch the VIX more often, learn how to trade it. I've had people, you don't trade the VIX? Well, not really. and automatically not want to trade with me. And then, fuck you. Jimmy called the 200 SMA on AMD. Jimmy called the 200 SMA on AMD. Jimmy called the 200 SMA on AMD. Marley, you try a little too hard. But she's never made a dime in the market. SPY just hit my last resistance. 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 Oh, here's Sweetie. Now this is smoochy. I could listen to her. Why do I have so much problem with this monitor doing this? I think I'm gonna get me another my old monitor back up here this weekend. It just acts different.
Surface, which could be a risk. So what that says to me is there's uncertainty with geopolitical tension. There is some uncertainty with the earnings picture, but uncertainty as well with Kevin Warsh. And until we have more clarity on the table, I don't think we're going to have room to go higher, even if earnings follow through.
I don't think there's anyone who will disagree with the thought that
Baby.
uncertainty is the word of 2026 so far.
Oh, God. I had more uncertainty under Powell. Honey. Ugh. I don't even want to look at these calls. 188. I sold them out. I got out of them 129. They're now 188. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. It is very hot outside. Yesterday it got 102. I wish I'd known that. I probably would have went for a sweaty walk. I've been known to take one of the hottest days of the year and walk around town with my guitar or my banjo or we got a squeeze on the 1 minute coming up. Spy.
Going into this earnings next week, but if you shift the view to the 3-year weekly chart, this longer term perspective, now we're looking at a 200 period moving average, and that has been accelerating to the upside. We've seen a little bit of pullback, and this has been the strongest pullback that we've seen since the end of last year. That may just simply be reflective.
Not as strong, you're a liar. This has been slow related. The other one was fast and swift. There's a totally different pullback, teddy bear.
Trend. We're just experiencing perhaps a short-term period of time where there's a little bit of negative momentum, but it's not breaking these major support levels, Marley.
It won't.
All right, as we look at Vertiv, they're having a nice session even today, up about 3.5%. As they move to your next pick here, Jessica, we've got Bloom Energy as your next choice, a name with a lot of positive headline catalysts around it. I mean, looking at its year-to-date move, it's up 775%. What made you put Bloom in the big three today?
Well, again, it fell on that that screen with the industrial sectors where the earnings estimates was outperforming price from a delta differentiation, and it shows with the stats that I see. Over the past month, their EPS target has been raised over 4.75%. Their revenue growth is over 130%, and again, this is data center build out, and reliable energy is really the theme here. And they've had EBITDA margin growth of over 626%. That is an astronomically large number that we want to see sustained naturally. But what I think is interesting is they had this Brookfield partnership that supercharged them, but it's the full stack cost advantage, something UBS even spoke to, where it's reducing the need more from a costly grid to reliable power, where centers are really wanting the steady power near those data centers, but they want it to be reliable. If you build out these data centers, we need them to be reliable, and Bloom Energy is a portion of that. And another component of this is there was some short sellers that came into Bloom Energy. A lot of it had to do with sourcing scandium, and they were ignoring some recent filings, it seems like, where those short sellers were overblown, where they actually were able to solve and resolve those sourcing problems. So another bull catalyst that can certainly help push it higher. But again, industrials on that AI build out, data center build out, this is the reliable energy aspect. And how it showed up, again, was a screen where I'm just looking where something is sold off relative to earnings and analyst expectations.
All right, as we look at Bloom having a really nice pop today, JP Morgan raised its price target pretty significantly up to 346 from 267 here. But as I look at these charts, Ben, very similar looking from my perspective to Vertiv's.
Oh, God.
What are you seeing?
Oh, for sure, Marley. And again, you see that rolling over of the 50-period moving average. In fact, this is the longest period of time that Bloom has spent below the 50-period moving average on a closing basis. Well, really, over the course of the last year, there was a bit of time in the December and into the January timeframe where it was below, and then you saw a little bit into the April earnings announcement. From then on, it's been really up and away. Now we're starting to see maybe coming back down and normalizing. So going back to Jessica's screen that she pulled, you know, looking for price that's been selling off relative to overall projections. Going into this earnings announcement, however, and I think one key to this is if you take a look at the implied volatility chart on the bottom of this particular page, that implied volatility at the moment is the highest that it has been. Now, it's rolling over a little bit with this pop today, but implied volatility is an expression of volatility, which is an expression of potential movement. So there is some expectation for movement, and that can go both ways, up and down. Again, looking at the longer-term chart puts it kind of into a longer-term perspective, still well above the 200-period moving average on a weekly basis. And if you look at the momentum, it's been pulling back. This is the deepest drop we've had in momentum, looking at that MACD over the course of the last year. But at the same time, it's coming as an offset to that very strong parabolic upward momentum move that we saw after the April earnings. So, you know, momentum taketh and it giveth away, and so we're kind of getting back to that level of support. So that remains the test at this level, is right around this $200 mark.
And we'll hear from Bloom. They have their earnings next Thursday, so we may have another catalyst here for this name coming up in the very near term. But even closer than that is your last pick in the big three. I know this is one of your top picks for the year in Alphabet, Jessica. They've got their earnings coming up tomorrow. So how are you looking at Alphabet right now?
I love the way Ben just...
Alphabet's earnings coming out. That's going to be a good one.
That was beautiful. I just want to give him a comment there. Nonetheless, why I want to talk about Google and Alphabet specifically today is their new chip that has been released, Frozen version 2, pun completely intended there. We're moving into this year of agentic AI. Agentic AI comes with inference. Inference is a consistent cost to your whatever you're utilizing with artificial intelligence, because the LLM needs to take it and digest it, and it's digesting that, spitting it back out. That is ever so costly. I like to think of it as CapEx is your big build out when we're looking at fundamentals of a company. Inference is almost turning into something that will be OpEx because it's consistently required in order to keep the plumbing flowing, but it's slowing down. So the reasons why we've had the shift from GPUs, these general purpose GPUs, which was originally NVIDIA, then they have a software mode with CUDA. We've got level 2, which is your workload-specific chips. Google's TPUs are going to fall in there. Amazon's Inferentia, the new jalapeno chip from OpenAI. Now there is this other level that Google has unlocked with their frozen version 2, and it's a model-specific silicon. So with the CPUs, they're very specific, utilized for inference only, but they could be picked up and applied almost anywhere. Whereas with Frozen, it's taking Gemini and it's putting a piece of the model on that chip, which is a very strong bet, and I believe that's why they called it experimental, on the end-all be-all architecture. That's something that we're constantly trying to solve. That's where the biggest opportunities are within artificial intelligence right now, is understanding the bottlenecks, but taking that a step further and understanding the architecture that's going to be needed for the solution going forward. And it's interesting studying just computer components and decisions that were made back in the 80s.
Gotta go check on my suit.
Really,
I'm gonna go over the earnings watch list.
GPUs, again with experimental, with this Frozen version 2. I just really enjoy saying that. And I think it's interesting because the architecture is going to be locked, but if it works and it creates the efficiency that they're saying, then we're going to see another catalyst forward with artificial intelligence, with Google leading the way.
I also love all the names of the chips and the models, so I'm right there with you, although sometimes I have to do pronouncers on them. Kimi, I had to look up. I was like, Kimi, not sure. But Ben, as we look at Alphabet, it's down 1% today. It's got its earnings coming our way tomorrow. Second best performer in the Mag 7 year to date. How are you looking at the technicals here?
Well, I've got to say, as we put this relative to the other two that we've been looking at, one of these things is not like the other. One of these things just isn't the same, because Google Alphabet here in this particular case kind of winding up in this symmetrical triangle. It's a different picture than what we were seeing in the other space. So I'm going to key off of Jessica's comment about that Frozen chip and say investors are maybe in the point of just letting it go here.
It broke the symmetrical triangle, you idiot.
Sitting at this kind of...
It broke out of the symmetrical triangle. If you're going to chart it, do it right. I say it'd be a strong buy down here for long. So today we broke... I've done it. He might be using the wick. I guarantee it, he's using the wick. That's what these guys do. Then they get you trapped.
Longer term chart.
So right now, my opinion over his is that we're going to pull back to 340 at earnings. And do a double bottom off the previous resistance, which now becomes support like it has before. We have a Darvis box with an inverted head and shoulders that failed. Almost. I just now noticed this here candlestick. We're at a squeeze mode with the volume. This Google, so I'll stick to my story, and I'd love to get this off the 200 EMA or SMA. Man, that would be sweet. If we had a big knife right down there, I'd go long. I used to have controversy with Google, but I don't let it bother me no more. Under the Biden regime, when they censored us, I didn't know democracy censored people. Their democracy does. My republic doesn't. CRM at the 200, SMA on the 1 minute. Tesla did have a breakout today. Oh, SpaceX. This PCX. I know a girl that bought this. She's first trade she ever made, and she got stuck in it. I said, "Don't worry about it. Just go long, and eventually this thing will start to break out." I'd say in a year or two. But you got Wall Street that doesn't like Elon because he switched parties. I heard Bill Maher's switching party now, and that's a big one. That's a big one right there. Okay, what's next? The correction on coin and had bounce. AVGO had a bottom this morning. We got a falling wedge on Google on the intraday. Falling wedge on Google on the intraday. Falling wedge on Google on the intraday. So I might go long on this one here. I think it can go lower, but it's down 1%. I'd like it down here. Let's see if I can scalp it. Yeah. Let me see. Ah, look at the spread on them. They don't make no damn sense. Look at the spread on these things. That's a $2.50 spread from the bid and the ask. I can't take a trade like that. They got to be tight. Yeah, God. I ain't doing it. That's a falling wedge. I mean, that thing is pretty. But I ain't trading that kind of spread. The bid is 315 and the ask is 565. That's a 490 to darn. $4 to 665. 530 to 780. I mean, them spreads are wide. God damn, look at the spreads on.
So as we look at that, and we're starting to hear these CFOs ask this question about when are we going to start to see it generating returns? I mean, cost.
I'm done. It doesn't last 3 minutes. When is AI going to start bringing in the money? You know where it's going to start bringing in the money? When they start laying off all these dumbasses and save on employment. I'm getting off on this AI. Some of these YouTube videos are just funnier than heck. I mean, they're really funny. If I knew how to use it, man, I'd come up with some good skits. Hollywood's using it. Movies are going to come out with AI characters. Not the real actors, stunt, like stunt people and shit. Look at that bounce. I knew it was going to bounce. But look at the spreads on this thing. Oh, shit, my suit. Look at this. $300 spread. $300 spread. How in the hell are you going to get in a trade like that? Does that make it... Is your all's doing that? Go to your Google and tell me if your spreads are that wide on the bid and ask. Because I can't trust this thing. $150 for a bid, $415 for the ask. I've never seen anything like it. These are other Google stocks for trading. What do you mean? Yeah, there's Google, G-O-O-G, but I wanted to take this trade and look at it bounce. But I wasn't going to get in a spread that's $3 or $4 between the bid and the ask. I've never seen it like this on Google. Well, man, well, that's a beautiful trade this morning. It's a really nice trade this morning. Magnificent, what are you doing? Been off quiet. Anybody have any suggestions? Wayne, what are you watching? Anybody got a ticker they want me to chart up? YouTubers? Brilliant. Someone called Brittany. Ticker S. First, we're going to go to the yearly. First, we're going to look at the news. IBM says AI spending isn't crowding out cybersecurity. Shares of this is cybersecurity stock, I take it. Companies are trading higher on IBM CEO wrote the shareholder letter. So it's shares are trading higher after the Scotty Bank upgraded the stock from sector reform rating, raised its price target to 16 from 16 to 23. We were definitely at a support. This thing's been out 6 years. We're definitely had a tweezer bottom. That'd have been a great entry right there. So we're going to put a price line on that tweezer bottom on the yearly candlestick. Right at around 1508. Then we're going to go to the weekly. And we just are landing off the 200. So that's a resistance. We had a triple top breakout, so that now becomes support. And we had double top resistance, triple top quad top resistance. Using this body, this candle right here, the highest body, and that covers that head and shoulders. So that's a pivot point. $20.20 is a pivot point. I'm going to type that in here and then send you the chart. Long, they're talking about the 200 EMA. So I'm going to put an alert right here off the 50, off the 9 EMA on the weekly. Nine EMA weekly for strong buy. That's around 17.15. So if we hold 1877, that's your first support. Right at 1866, 1877. So if we can maintain that double top breakout and this triple top support, that gives you two confirmations to stay in the trade at 1866. And that has to hold, or it's probably going to drop on down to 17.15 for a strong buy. And then resistance long would be right around 21.44, 40. So it's had a run, it's had a 4 good day run, and it's consolidating off of the triple top that it broke out of. So that triple top has to hold to keep the thing bullish. And if it doesn't, I wouldn't buy it until it hits 17.15. What do you think about that answer? So I'm going to type in resistance to break. Is 2020. Long 21.56, 2140. Support to hold to stay bullish is 18.66. Strong buy at alerted at 1750, 1715. And this is S. S. Is that coming across any of your numbers, Livid? What is this? What I got ST here for? To hold. To stay bullish. And capitalize resistance. Resistance. And I will erase all of that. And I will do that. RTN, I'll get to RTN here in a second. Ah! Had the same stuff? Yep. Well, cyber, yeah, because of what's going on. The war. There's your chart, kind of keeping watch. Tell me how close I get. And RTN doesn't come up on my chart. Everything else does. It doesn't come up on mine either. I don't think there is one. What's Cat doing? There used to be a stock I'd buy every spring, and that'd be Seed and Cat. Seed's down here at a solid support, so in winter, right about Christmas or something, I'll load up on this. Definitely not in very good shape right now. I forgot about my soup. About boiled it dry. Here, I got some broth. Now I'm glad I saved that. Okay. Nokia. Oh yeah, we got Nokia earnings. Nokia. I had it charted up already. Pulled back 50%. Okay. Check the YouTube audio. Can you hear me on YouTube, people? Hello? Breaker 19, can anybody hear me on YouTube? Well, it's 8:12 in the morning. I don't think it... I had it on. Well, the only way to find out is to find out yourself. Hello? I don't think it's on. Hello?
We definitely had a tweezer bottom. That'd have been a great.
Well, that works. What happened to my...
We definitely had a tweezer bottom. That'd have been a great.
Well, that works. Oh, I had my volume on. Volume. What happened to my...
That works.
The answer is yes. Go get my soup and I'll be right back. Oh. I'm gonna retire. Definitely gonna retire. Cause I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Tired of thinking, tired of looking, I just can't take it anymore. Well, it's singing, singing, anymore. Do 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 do. Okay, well. See what kind of scan I got to have fun with here. Lace. Hi-ho. That's 47 million. Up $37, 39%. Hi-ho, hi-ho. We're off the work we go, and oh boy. I got a loogie in my throat. I just can't get out. We got a megaphone on high-low.
This comes despite increasing geopolitical volatility, tariffs being back on the table. Tom, what's your big picture take?
Yeah, it seems pretty optimistic as far as risk assets go. It's probably helped by the fact that information technology is up 2% on the session in the as far as S&P 500 sectors go. So that's kind of driving what we're seeing. The Philly Semiconductor Index up over 4.5% today. So that's driving markets. But then you look on the flip side here, Diane, and you've got the 10-year yield at 2-month highs. You've got crude oil up 2.5% to 5-week highs. You've got the dollar stronger. So if you took all those things and asked me to guess where equities were on that day, I would probably say lower. You got geopolitical risks still elevated at this point. 10th straight day of attacks from by the U.S. on Iran. You know, if you look at it, I think all the variables that are out there in the market are telling you that maybe we shouldn't be higher right now as far as equities goes. But once again, they're pushing aside maybe the minutia within the markets and basically kind of relying on what we're seeing out of corporate earnings, which have so far.
It's like they have no memory at all. At all. When we're in conflict. We had a big run during Kuwait. I mean, I can just go on. Always clean this gym. May I help you?
Hey, Jim, this is Pat Day from Second Baptist.
Yes, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing real good.
We have missed you for the last 2 months. Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I've had to deal with some stuff and get it all worked out.
I understand. Is
Yep.
there anything that we can do to help you?
No, not really. I'm fine. Everything's great.
All right.
I'll be in there.
We missed having you here, man.
Oh, I know.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you when I see you then.
Oh, Jimmy will be in there. Don't worry. I'm still reading the Bible.
Well, are you still getting my notes and everything?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm looking at them every day. Or not every day, but a good day out of the week.
You need something, I can help you this holler, okay?
Yeah, I need a girl.
To work?
If you got a daughter, you know, that'd be fine.
I do, and she is
Married.
a little skunk. You ever saw? She's got 4 kids.
Okay. Well, you have a good day, sir.
And she's a school teacher.
Very good. You ought to be very proud.
Oh, I really am. I really am.
Yeah, you are, sir. I love you.
All right, my man. If you need something, please let me know.
Oh, you're the bread and butter.
I appreciate it, James. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep.
Information technology is such a big part. Now, what do we watch for on days like this, Tom? Said it exactly right. The macro, dollar, yields, oil, working against this market. So what do you watch for? Well, what have we got the last 2 days? Failed rallies, right? Friday was down. Monday's rally kind of failed and fizzled at the end of the day. Watch for failed rallies because the micro, which is very excited about news and deals and earnings and everything coming up, is got to fight against the macro. And macro will win unless micro has a story. And I think that's what you're seeing right now. There's a couple good microeconomic stories that we're reading that's holding this market up. But the day's not over yet. And the macro is really a headwind for this market right now. So far, other than it's done the last, gosh, it feels like 4 of the last 5 trading days. We've had, up early days and then failed rallies. And that's what happens in my career when the macro works against the micro. So that's what I'm watching for the rest of the day, Diane. Do these gains that we have in this market hold on with all the macroeconomic factors working against it? Because right now, we're holding up at these levels. Pretty solid day here.
That's a good point because we're, just hitting the lunchtime hour here. We'll see how things shake out as we get closer to the close. But let's talk about some individual names on the moves in the.
This is one reason why I moved away from penny stocks is because of the drama that can happen overnight. 300% draw here because they offer an offering. Now, a lot of these fat cats enter in debt, extinguishing $16.75 million debt after a $38 million offering. So they're clearing their debt sheet out. That's the only good thing I like about it. But I don't like the offering. If this was a good stock that I follow, I'd probably buy the dip. But it's not. BURU. And I would only do penny stocks when there's like a sector run, like Bitcoin or cannabis or AI, or Bitcoin was a big one because all these failed companies would put the word Bitcoin in there and the stock would run 400, 500, 600% and then drop. Kodak, good example. It's done so much stuff you wouldn't know what kind of business it is.
Prices, that's just going to flow down the supply chain at this point, and that's probably a concern, and should be a concern for consumers. I think one of the things that we're going to have to watch moving forward is, with these price hikes, what are the big hyperscalers going to do? We're going to hear from Google tomorrow after the close. Are they going to increase CapEx spend into 2027? Because they've already increased it to about $190 billion in 2026. Are we in the money now? Or are they going to continue to pass those along and down the line, the supply chain to the consumer? That's going to be a concern, I think, for this market and inflationary pressures moving forward. Boom!
Kevin, what's your take when you look across the tech sector, whether you're looking at NVIDIA, Nebius, or...
We're about to hit my resistance to break.
Here's what I look...
How many of you look at my morning charts every morning? What is that? Oh, I need a bug. How many of you look at my charts every morning? My SPY chart? I got a me. Did you see my SPY chart this morning? $5 minute, 5 day. Did you see that? Yesterday's high. This is called a pivot point. This is called a pivot point. It's an equilibrium between support and resistance. The pivot point usually has 3 resistance levels and has 3 support levels. I would almost call this here the first resistance. This one right here. So we came in this morning. We bounced right off the 200 SMA on the 5 minute. If all you did was trade the 200 SMA, I guarantee you can make money. I'm the only one that trades the 200 SMA on the 1 minute that I know of. Bounce, 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 boom! Boom, 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 boom. Boom. 200 EMA and 200 SMA. And that's why I took that trade. Double bottom off the 200 SMA. It went down on me a little bit with this green candle here, but I still got it. $200 SMA acts as a pivot point on any time frame. We got a symmetrical flag set up on Amazon. I just love this soup. Jim, you should try it for us to see how it works out on a small what? Yep. VWAP is another good way of taking trades. VWAP is a great one. And the VWAP is usually right around the 200 SMA a lot of times in EMA. There's 200 SMA VWAP. VWAP the 200 SMA on the 1 minute. Now on the 5 minute, well, it's VWAP. Ah. The 5 minute. The SPY would, you could have took it off the 200 and run it up to the VWAP, came back and retested the VWAP, but the best entry was off the 200 SMA with the 3 black crows and the tweezer bottom. I mean, that was just a beautiful setup. In fact, I'm going to do a video right now about this. Prepare. Get ready, we're getting a lesson. YouTube lesson. YouTubers. Oh, how'd that get up there? That's one of my buds. What do you think about that, Randy? Randy, look up in the screen. Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue. Oh yeah, the video. Woo. Okay, get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, Washboard Jim is about to speak. Hello, retail traders. I'm Washboard Jim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. And I want to show you a great trading strategy that probably about 95% will make the bank. And this is a trade I took this morning. So I'll have a VWAP chart to my right. This is a SPY, and I have my regular chart over here to the left. One's on 5 minute, and this is on a 5 minute. I got the VWAP on this one because I want to always watch the VWAP when I'm trading the SPX. This is the 5 minute. It's an easy spot on the 5 minute. Let's get rid of these alerts that I had on here. If I can get rid of them. Come on. What the hell? Why are you being so difficult? Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3. Hello, my name's James Howard. God damn it. 3 times the charm. Take 3. Take a drink of water first. Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm not even stoned. Take 4. Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm a homosexual. Take 5. Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder and thinking strategist behind the Sneaky Snake strategy. Take 6. Hello, my name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I like talking about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. And I want to bring up a play that I'm very accustomed to trading for a very long time, and it's called my 3 Black Crows off the 200 SMA with a tweezer bottom. This is on the 5-minute time frame. I have 2 charts up here. Each one of them has a 5-minute time frame on them. The one on the right is a VWAP chart. The pink line is the VWAP, and the one on the left is just a regular old TTM chart, TTM squeeze that I have set up with a wave. So as we started coming in the morning, we came in the morning with 3 Black Crows. I trade 3 Black Crows. If you listen to the encyclopedia, they'll just tell you that it's a bearish continuation pattern. But they don't tell you after the 3rd crow, you could have a possible great reversal. Now you can use this as a swing trade using time frames of a yearly, weekly, daily, and hour, or you can use it as a scalp using the 30-minute, the 15-minute, the 5-minute, and the 1-minute. So basically, on the 5-minute, we have 3 Black Crows with a tweezer bottom off the 200 SMA. I call this trade out all the time. I'm always looking for it. Ran up and hit the VWAP, consolidated a little bit, and then broke out to a double top where I took my first exit and held a few shares. So as it broke out, it had a triple top pullback. It came back and landed off the VWAP. So that would have been your VWAP trade if you missed this one. If you see it break out, don't jump right in. Wait for a confirmation of some sort with your trading strategy. So we pulled back and now we're just created a new high. Now I sold these for a real good profit of about 100% this morning and took some off the table as I started to scale out. I'm very bullish. This is called the beach trade in the morning. So 3 Black Crows with a tweezer bottom off the 200 SMA. Now I wish everybody a great trading week. This is the Sneaky Snake trading strategy where it took me 7 takes to get this off. And I wish everybody a great day. Mahalo. What does he mean by saying mahalo? God darn it, he calls her 395. Oh, that's Google. Woo! Did I shut it off? I hope I shut that thing off. Yeah, I did. Because that'd have been take 8. Jim, you're funny. Tweezer top. I didn't mention that. I wish I would have. Tweezer bottom off the 200 SMA. 3 Black Crows. Hippie-I, hippie-I-oh.
You're selling it out of the money short, put vertical. Kevin, your thoughts here as we use the same strategy to make directional biases, but at the same time, we've both got pretty big cushions to our break-evens.
Exactly right. Understanding that calendar spread, different kinds of spreads like that, there's big premiums in these options. But the measured strike prices, like a $10 call vertical, like mine, or a $20 put vertical, like Tom's, you control the risk, you play with smaller numbers. Now, there's still risk in this trade. Mine's $10 wide, Tom's is $20 wide. That's why he collected a little more, but his risk is a little higher. Those are the trade-offs you go through every day trading options, but a very similar idea. One bullish to neutral, one bearish to neutral, Diane.
All right, good stuff, you guys. Similar ideas, but different ways to approach it. We've got cash tags coming up. The team from Folio joins us to take a look at consumer demand data for Home Depot. Stay right here on Schwab Network. Fast Market. We'll be back after this break.
I'm Sam Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it, getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
My parents didn't really talk about money at all. In college, everybody around me had money. I didn't want anybody to find out that I wasn't middle class. I was using credit cards to do anything and everything. I ended up with $20,000 of credit card debt. That's when I kind of realized, like, all right, I have a money problem. This is about how my finances got wrecked and how I fixed it. And if I could do that, you can do it.
I'm not gonna do it.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
When you invest, you are not wagering on an outcome and walking away with either a windfall or nothing. You are a participant in wealth creation. Our purpose is to help investors build and protect wealth over time, not to make financial security feel like Las Vegas. Owning beats hoping. Discipline beats speculation. And the long run belongs to those who invest in it.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Tom White in our Chicago studio. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our next guest, and that is Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Folio, with an eye on Home Depot today. All right, Megan. So, you know, it's a battle for the people doing the home projects between the Lowe's and the Home Depot here. So what does your latest data look like?
Yeah, whenever we look at Home Depot and versus competitors like a Lowe's, these are the two we typically look at together. We see both of them have a bit of near-term momentum heading into summer. Some of this is obviously coming off of a bit of a lower bar last year, but it is still promising to see a bit of a surge in July. Whenever we look at Home Depot and Lowe's, I think Lowe's is up by about 10% year over year, Home Depot up by about 8% year over year. And when you look at this versus how the stock has performed near term, this is one of those situations where we're starting to see a bit of divergence here in how the consumer is behaving and how the stock is reacting. And this is one of those things where, obviously the stock is down for a reason. Housing turnover headwinds remain, mortgage rates remain high. And so this has really stalled a lot of that activity that benefits names like Home Depot and like Lowe's. But we are seeing consumers who are doing some, lower hanging fruit projects. They're making repairs. They're taking on some of the, the easy painting or redesign and things of that nature. And it's up a bit stronger than it was last summer. And I think that some of that could be a bit unexpected. We're still a month out from earnings, but this is just one of those early reads whenever we look at this earnings season to say, okay, we see both of these stocks have pulled back quite a bit from highs, both double digits. I think that Lowe's is down by about 26% over the last 6 months. Home Depot closer to about 14% in that same time frame. And we're starting to see a little bit or perhaps unexpected resilience among consumers. So definitely names to watch on our list, not necessarily because of just this overwhelming strength, but perhaps a bit of unexpected strength heading into this kind of tough market right now.
Yeah, Megan, dare to bet against the consumer. That's what we always talk about. Even in this high interest rate and inflationary environment that we're in right now, the housing market's been in basically a rolling recession over the last couple of years because, nothing's selling and nobody's selling at this point. So is that the key that you guys have seen as far as your data goes, is that people know they're locked into their houses right now? If you got a 3 or 4% mortgage rate, you're not moving anytime soon to get a 6.5%, 7% mortgage rate. So why not fix up what you've got? Is that the key here as the consumer remains resilient?
That is a key. I think that last quarter too, we saw where, especially for a name like Home Depot, the overall traffic dropped or the transactions dropped year over year, but the average ticket size increased. So I think that there's a bit of pricing power as well baked into this name. But when we look at Home Depot, we see its strategy kind of differentiating itself a bit from Lowe's. You think about its revenue mix, it's about 50-50 in that professional versus DIY, whereas Lowe's leans a much heavier on the DIY consumer, and could be why Lowe's is underperforming from a stock perspective whenever you look at it versus a Home Depot. But when we see this, we see Home Depot is really doubling down on that professional segment, and we know that these digitally engaged professional market, that the improvements that it's making, expanding into, now I think it just recently closed on an acquisition of a wholesale HVAC parts distributor. So it's trying to chip away at a much larger market, what it defines as, I think, a $700 billion market that it wants to take additional share of. So we see during this downturn, Home Depot is making efforts to grow that part of its pie that really differentiates itself from Lowe's, and we think some of that is working. We're seeing signs of consumers taking on those projects, like you mentioned, that they need to repair or they need to, finally say, okay, enough's enough. Rates remain unchanged. It's finally time to take on this smaller project. So definitely something to watch, and I think that that's really where Home Depot has a bit of an edge on Lowe's. Though it is interesting to see whenever you look at our web data. Whenever you look at those growth comparisons, they are really right in line with each other. So I think that this is an at-large trend that we're watching heading into summer of consumers starting to take on some projects, and that could be, again, a bit unexpected heading into this next earnings report.
I wonder if part of that is because, some of the things around the house may be a little long in the tooth, especially if some people's homes is turning into their forever home. They thought it would be a starter home. And you think about, some people moving at the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. We're sitting here 6 years on from that, roughly. And if some of that is just these projects need to happen, are you seeing anything, any consumer commentary on that?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a big piece of things. I will note that whenever you look at, we're seeing a lot of consumers who are talking about repainting and taking on some, minor projects, like you mentioned, that they need to touch up or repair. But we're also watching, just from a for fun note, Halloween is around the corner, and both of these companies are already leaning in hard there, where consumers kind of get to lean into these novelty items, these viral novelty items that sometimes, may not necessarily move the needle, obviously, as a major home renovation project would. But this is some of the things that consumers love to talk about that's driving sentiment. And we see, Home Depot has a little bit of a leg up on Lowe's there in our data, just when it comes to overall sentiment perspective and perceived quality. We also see consumers who are really hunting for value, and Home Depot has leaned into its private label brands and expanding that segment of its offerings. And so that seems to be working and resonating with consumers who, may be looking to save a few bucks while they take on these projects, and that certainly helps Home Depot in terms of margin. So just a theme that we're watching that perhaps is unexpected this summer is that we're seeing a bit more renovation activity than perhaps the market may be expecting. And yes, that is coming off of a certainly lower bar last year.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to hit that because the stock has been in limbo, especially this year, down a few percent at this point, Megan. But I kind of wanted to focus in on that one chart that you guys have and kind of let you talk us through this, because when I see divergences like that, the chart where your consumer demand on a 30-day, moving average is so far above where the stock has been trading and lagging a little bit, that provides opportunities in Likefolio's eyes, correct?
Yes, this is one of those long-term opportunities that we really like to watch for when the stock is heading one direction, and that's that dotted gray line on that chart. The blue line is that consumer demand, and you can see when you look year over year, this is a seasonal company. We look at July of this year versus July of last year, that bar is significantly higher. And when we see that, especially alongside a pullback in the stock, that starts to tell us that there may be a bit of a disconnect, that the street may not necessarily be pricing in all the consumer demand that we're watching, at least in our metrics. So this is one of those things that we're watching into earnings. I think that the Home Depot reports in mid-August, and our demand signal right now is starting to lean a bit cautiously bullish. So obviously a lot can happen in the next month, but this is certainly a setup that we love long-term, because we think that Home Depot is certainly a winner long-term when the housing market finally does rebound. We're watching a bit of a coiled spring right now, and not necessarily that we think that this thing is going to snap back tremendously, but it is something where we're watching, where we say, okay, we're reaching a point now where perhaps this demand isn't fully priced in.
Thank you, Megan. That's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Likefolio. Also scary to think about Halloween. No, thank you. We're still in summer. Megan, no, have a great rest of your day. All right, the trading perspective, all things Home Depot. Let's bring Kevin back into the fold. Tom, you got a lot of insights from the Likefolio team. I noticed that too, that divergence. It feels like you want to know if that's a leading indicator here. Your final thoughts before your example trade?
Yeah, that's kind of like what Likefolio focuses on, right? Because if you would have said to me with interest rates and the 30-year fixed mortgage rates near 6.5%, 6.6% at this point, it's kind of stabilized, and nobody, people aren't moving just because if you got a low mortgage rate, you're not going to move. So to see the resilience of the consumer where they're finally starting to pick up maybe home renovations, but remember that Home Depot relies on their pro segment so much at this point, and they continue to reconfigure that portion of their business as Lowe's tries to take market share from them. But as I mentioned, the stock's down 3% this year. It's down 22% from 52-week highs. It's fallen nearly 30% over the past, 12 months or so, or 8% over the last 12 months or so. So you got to take that into consideration. It has been in a downturn. Kevin, when you look at this stock and you look at Likefolio's data, you see that big divergence.
Yeah, I think that Home Depot is a great proxy for the housing market. And so higher interest rates have hurt this stock because of what that means for housing. If you want to look at something, a recovery in housing, do you buy the home builders or do you buy Home Depot? I personally think you look hard at something like Home Depot, and today, Tom, it got within pennies of its 50-day moving average and bounced off. So the 50-day moving average comes in at about 326.44. The low today, 327. So it got right down there and recovered. So Tom, if you're thinking about a housing proxy or just the fact that any break in interest rates will help this name because of housing, any recovery there, that's what I'm looking at. So it's got earnings on August 18th. So I looked at the week before, August 14th. I looked at the expected move about August 14th, if I got it right, about $20, $20.50. And so I bought the 320, the 330 call, and then sold 2 of the 350 calls, bought 1 of the 355 calls. So an unbalanced call butterfly, looking for a move on the upside, looking for that $20 move towards 350, Tom. And so put that in about $5.95, trading about $1 higher than that now, Tom. So it's already bounced off that 50-day moving average and moved a little higher. So if you're thinking about a proxy for the housing market and interest rates, if you think we're near our lows here and housing could recover, this is one way to look at something like Home Depot if you feel that way, Tom. Unbalanced call butterfly.
Yep, sets up with Folio's data here, Kev. Going on to the August 14th weekly options here that expire in 24 days. So 3.5 weeks. And why did Kevin pick that option series? Well, because they report on the 18th, right? So you might get some additional volatility and event risk. So he's avoiding that with this bullish example here. But let's break
that's
it down
a nice
for you.
trade.
August 14th.
Gosh.
Weekly options, buy 1 of the 330 calls, sell 2 of the
It just, you're down here, you don't know. After a day like yesterday where I had to fight back and forth, and then today, it's always like that, man. You get a hard day, and I come in the next day, man, I triple my income. Every single time. Almost every single time. I just got to control the days that I don't do too good. I mean, this is beautiful. Every single time.
Initial risk on this unbalanced or broken wing call butterfly as opposed to maybe buying the 330, 350 call vertical, which will cost you more on that. Now, you get a little bit more profitability on that upside where it doesn't come down like you see here on the risk profile, but at the same time, you're offsetting some of your initial costs on the bullish trade. But Diane, this unbalanced call butterfly that Kevin brought us for an example trade sets up nicely compared to Folio's data here over the next 24 days.
All right, good stuff, guys. We've got the breakdown coming up. George Tillis joins us with a look at ServiceNow ahead of its earnings that come tomorrow after the close. Stick around, Fast Market. We'll be back after this break.
Da-da. Blah. Blah, 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 blah.
Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com and on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke.
Stroke?
To see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family.
Vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke? Yes. Now we're in the car together. And we started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant.
Oh, yeah.
That 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there.
I'm your financial consultant because you're very vulnerable. If you weren't so vulnerable, I would not be consulting you, sir.
I'm Dean.
Hi, Dean.
And I'm his
Damn.
mom.
Oh, shit. That's Dean. I guarantee you, Dean, that's her mom. It's not Alex.
Big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check of where markets stand as we get closer to the bottom of the lunch hour on Wall Street. The S&P 500 extending its advance. We're higher by almost
No cleavage
1%.
regime. I should have wrote that on there when I wrote that
The
net.
Dow right now rallying almost 500 points, better by almost 1%. NASDAQ 100 still at the top of the leaderboard, rallying nearly 2%.
That's
now.
right.
Russell 2000 gaining 1.25%. On the earnings
The problem,
front,
and most traders don't have the balls. You have to take the trades down there. That is correct.
Products like Now Assist actually act as a tailwind, a catalyst, something.
It's
Last
real
quarter,
hard.
The software company topped expectations. It raised its AI commitments to $1.5 billion. It has been a difficult year for ServiceNow, with shares down more than 30% this year and more than 40% on a year-over-year basis amid this broad pressure we've been watching on software stocks. Time now for the breakdown. For that, let's welcome in George Solis, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at ServiceNow ahead of its results. All right, this one, like others in the software space, has been, essentially in the penalty box this year. What's your take heading into its results, George?
Coming to the 9.
Well, I think,
Wait for
in the
pullback.
larger context,
George, 746, this triple top break, or this support level, somewhere in this channel, we got that and that for support. First support being I really feel like I want to go outside and work up a sweat. Support channel up to 63. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Ones like the ones we used to know. Set my alert. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, Black Betty, Bammer Jam. Oh, Black Betty, Bammer Jam. 50 VWAP. VW, did you see the VWAP there? Bug. And the 63 EMA. Pat Day called me up. No cleavage regime. I should have wrote that on there. Plus, they took all the cleavage off.
Considering the integration of artificial intelligence and how technology like AI will help ServiceNow's automated and, of course, intelligent platform.
Oh, George, real quick, you mentioned CRPO. Is that the metric that matters the most today?
Well, I think so. So the current remaining performance obligation will give visibility on continuous revenue and the annual contract value numbers, because these are, I think, what's hanging up these stocks. And these are essentially repricing of the services they provide, because software companies are sort of now in a bind where the end customer actually has some negotiating power. And so a lot of these companies are renegotiating their contract values from a per seat licensing standpoint to more of a consumption-based model. Assuming again they can integrate artificial intelligence, they're going to be charging more on an as-use basis versus a per seat basis.
All right, thank you, George. That's George Sillis, our senior market correspondent. With the breakdown on ServiceNow heading into its quarterly results, let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. So, Tom, you've got the example trade in ServiceNow. And the question is also, you know, even if it beats expectations, how much does that matter given how it's viewed in the broader landscape? But your thoughts as you set up your example trade.
Yeah, there's a lot of macro headwinds for these companies, these software as a service type of companies like this, because if you look last quarter, they grew at 21% on a year-over-year basis as far as revenue goes. George mentioned the remaining performance obligations continue to expand. Their AI build-out expanded to about $1.5 billion.
Google would have been a good trade if I took it.
It seems like things are going right, but everybody has it in the back of their head that CEO Bill McDermott and his, you know, the way that he is very upbeat about their prospects for their company, that eventually those are going to wane, where we're going to see growth rates pull back like maybe what we've seen in Adobe on that side, that AI is going to take away a lot of their subscription revenue or a lot of their growth, even though the company is still doing well. I mean, if you look at it over the last 12 months, the stock's down 47%, down 33% so far this year. It had a pickup. It failed at its 200-day moving average, and now we're back near $102 a share. So it seems like it's cheap on a historical basis when you look at the PE and the forward PE, but at the same time, if there's a reset in those growth expectations and any of the subscription revenue that they get, maybe this reset's necessary. And I think that's what investors are trying to pushing and pulling because there's still a lot of analysts out there that like this stock into the $150, $180 level at this point. But it's been a struggle and a falling knife. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of the higher implied volatility. It's capital intensive, but you've got to be willing either to buy the shares if the stock goes lower or just profit if the stock stays where it is or goes higher. So going into this earnings report on Wednesday after the close, I looked at the July 24th weekly option, so 3 days to expiration, really short-term positioning, earnings type of example here, where I'm going to just sell an out-of-the-money put. And I looked at selling the 95 strike put, collecting roughly about a 260 credit. You're going to probably collect more on that right now. It's currently trading closer to $2.95, $3 at the midpoint of that put right now. But if you sell this put for $260, that's what you can potentially make, $260 per put that you sell if the stock remains above the 95 strike. But if the stock falls below 95, you've got assignment risk, right? And your break even on this one, if it falls below 95, you get assigned, you're buying the shares at $92.40 at a steep discount of nearly $10 from the current share price is where you're buying the shares. So Kevin, there's a neutral to bullish. You want the stock to remain above 95, or you don't want it to remain above 95 because you want that chance to buy the shares at the break even of $92.40.
Yeah, cash secured put that is looking at something around the $95 strike. You're selling it for $260. That makes the break even $92.40, and there's your overall risk on the cash secured put. Now, you're a little inside the expected move. So what's the trade-off there? Well, the probability is a little lower, but the premium that you're collecting is a little higher. So I would call this a bit of an aggressive cash secured put because you're inside that expected move. So the trade-offs there are what they are. This is the same risk profile as the covered call, Tom. As you know, it's about a $100 stock. You've got risk down to zero. That's where you get the $92.40 as your risk, but you're collecting theta. And if it goes to $95, you don't buy the stock at $95. You buy it at $92.40.
Yeah, that 95 strike. Kevin mentioned, the option market's pricing about plus or minus $11.40 move in either direction on a one-day move. So it's within that one standard deviation but you got about a 65% probability of that 95 strike finishing out of the money. I always look at this as twofold type of position. You either want to collect elevated option premium because they have that earnings event, or you've got to have it in the back of your mind that you have to cover that over 9,000 in risk down to zero, that you're willing to buy the shares at that break even at a steep discount to where the stock's trading. So there you go, Diane. Neutral to bullish, cash secured put here in ServiceNow.
All right, ServiceNow earnings due tomorrow. Street looking for on a consensus basis. Earnings coming at 86 cents per share. That's one of the hurdles they have to climb over. That's going to do it for us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Inks and Tom White. Download the Schwab Network app. It's in the App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stick around. You've got Next Gen Investing with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn coming up.
Close off the 200 SMA with a tweezer bottom. This is on the 5-minute time frame. I have two charts up here. Each one of them has a 5-minute time frame on them. The one on the right is a VWAP chart. The pink line is the VWAP, and the one on the left is just a regular old TTM chart. TTM squeeze that I have set up with a wave. So as we started coming in the morning, we came in the morning with 3 black crows. I trade 3 black crows. If you listen to the encyclopedia, they'll just tell you that it's a bearish continuation pattern. But they don't tell you after the 3rd crow, you could have a possible great reversal. Now you can use this as a swing trade using time frames of a yearly, weekly, daily, and hour. Or you can use it as a scalp using the 30-minute, the 15-minute, the 5-minute, and the 1-minute. So basically, on the 5-minute, we have 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom off the 200 SMA. I call this trade out all the time. I'm always looking for it. Run up and hit the VWAP, consolidated a little bit, then broke out to a double top where I took my first exit and held a few shares. So as it broke out, it had a triple top pullback. It came back and landed off the VWAP. So that would have been your VWAP trade if you missed this one. If you see it break out, don't jump right in. Wait for a confirmation of some sort with your trading strategy. So we pulled back and now we're just created a new high. Now I sold these for a real good profit of about 100% this morning and took some off the table as I started to scale out. I'm very bullish. This is called the beach trade in the morning. So 3 black crows with a tweezer bottom off the 200 SMA. Now I wish everybody a great trading week. This is the sneaky snake trading strategy where it took me 7 takes to get this off. And I wish everybody a great day. Mahalo. Mahalo? What will that mean, Jimmy? Tell me what mahalo is. Yes. It's how much emptiness you have between your head. Mahalo. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be pulling out my Randy Savage soon. I've been working on it lately. Randy Savage. It's the sneaky snake trade. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was waiting for that alert set. I got a message back from Schwab after about 5 messages. I mean, I'm pissed off at him, but that's me. I really enjoy watching them. I mean, like, there's been no cleavage for 2 months, in the hottest time of the year. Makes no sense to me. So I told him, I said, hey, start showing some more tits. Spy, Jimmy called to 63 EMA. We did bounce off of it earlier. That one guy says, I don't understand why the market's so bullish. I know why. Because we're running the market as a capitalist, to where before we were running it more like the government decides who's going to win and who's going to lose. Now it's open to everybody. There's no racial divide in it, gender or pronouns. If you want to grow up and be an idiot, then be one. So I'm very bullish. Just got to be patient right now, because the escalation of the war, something serious could really happen bad, and then all of a sudden you're down 10-15% in the market in a week or so. That's the only thing. But that's my opinion. I've been playing pretty well, playing that opinion, but tempted to go out and lay at the pool for about an hour. Schwab's no cleavage regime. Hello, we appreciate you reaching out to provide us feedback. We are sorry to hear that you're not happy with the current format, and we will be sure to share your thoughts. We need more charting, less talking about the fundamentals. Not too many fundamental traders out there. Times have changed. Love the format when Caroline was on there. Maybe gets too deep in the companies. Most cases trade against her calls, Marley's calls. Marley gets too deep in the companies, and most cases trade against her calls. I don't care about a lot of shit she says when I'm trading. I already know about the fundamentals. I already know that the companies are good. Inflation, plus I wrote, inflation was much higher under Biden's watch. We need to put the blame where the blame belongs. My inflation was 20 to 30%, no 9.1%. I don't think anything I bought increased 9%, more like 20 to 30. When it was a lot worse. So that's what I wrote to him. Exactly. Dad, I'm gonna write that in there. Man, I was trading 95% accuracy when the cleavage was showing. Yeah, we need to have like 1,000 signatures. Bring cleavage back so I can trade.
to better serve the needs of our customers and strengthen our execution. Additionally, we did see some news that Intel and Fortinet will be collaborating to develop Fortinet's Security Processor 6, which is a microchip designed to take over these heavy cybersecurity tasks. The company said the strategic collaboration will be combining Fortinet's proprietary security processor expertise with then Intel's advanced design, packaging, and manufacturing capabilities. And their CEO, Lip Bhutan, did say the partnership reflects how semiconductor companies can really help cybersecurity leaders accelerate the development of security technologies while also building this more diversified global supply chain. And so Intel has been all over the place as of late. We have pulled back 46% from highs, while also still up 352% over the last 12 weeks. So
Okay.
52 weeks.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on trading-wise, too, in Intel.
Oh.
When you look at it really going back
What's
to,
going on?
let's call it early May, I think Rick would classify this as a,
Pumping
sort of
up.
a broadening or megaphone-like pattern that can somewhat...
It's called an influenced trade by rhetoric. Trump's rhetoric.
trend lines on this, and so that can also increase and suggest higher uncertainty, higher volatility, and a little bit of indecision. Among
He's wrong.
traders. So all in all, though, I think your point around the turnaround and
What was I just getting ready to do?
That, it's clearly been a winner this year, and it has been for the better part of the last 6 months. But is that story going to be tested here when we get these earnings later on?
Yeah, I think this will be a critical event. I know we talk a lot about Alphabet because it comes first in the week, of course, Wednesday after the close, but Intel will also be a major watch item Thursday after the close, which is a lifetime away for, of course, as we've got a lot of news to get through before we focus solely on what the overall expectations are for Intel. But I will say the bar still pretty high for a name that is still proving itself, it seems like, in this broader turnaround story. We will leave it there, though, for the top of our show today. But coming up next, Alaska Air and Capital One are both reporting after the close.
That's another one. Alaska after close.
Options markets, what those are signaling ahead of those results. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I will. Now what am I doing here?
My name is Washboardjim.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
Think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
I'm Kevin Green, and I track options flow daily, identifying who's buying, who's selling, and how it's going to impact the markets. Watch live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's markets.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumer, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
That's Next Gen Investing. It's now time to look at the charts with our chart master, Ben Watson. And Ben, we are watching two earnings setups this afternoon with Alaska Air and Capital One. Alaska Air has been under pressure this year, but does remain well off its lows, while Capital One financials also pulled back ahead of these results. So two different charts to look at today. Let's start off with ALK, which is actually modestly higher here on the session. So walk us through what you're seeing from a technical standpoint.
Hi, Jenny. Well, you're right. Alaska Air has been one of those names that has been kind of trending sideways if you look at the yearly chart here. And in fact, maybe starting to make some significant gains, not only price-wise, but in that ranking.
You get some water.
Coming out in a couple of different airline
Matter
industry
another cup of
rankings,
coffee.
a little bit higher than even American Airlines, so moving up in that name. But that being
American
said,
Airlines,
has been
AAL.
kind of rise since the last earnings announcement mid-April. You've seen these
Diversion.
rallies up, a little bit of a pullback, and then a rally up. These bull flag types of patterns. Now we're
That's
kind of
bullish.
in a pullback phase.
What's
back
the
down to
green?
the support around the 45.
Simple moving
mark.
at 200.
You notice, though, also that it happens to coincide right with
And the 50.
200 period moving average,
The Golden Cross.
and the 50 period moving average, which are coming together with the 50 below the 200.
And that's daily.
So for those of you keeping a score at home, that is potentially a
Gold
golden
Cross.
cross.
Yes.
That often comes late, much like the death cross often comes late as well.
Oh, I didn't know
But we're
that.
sitting at a support level.
I always
that could
looked
be
at
a
it like
influence
that.
Area that could see some bounce
late.
potential. Momentum is picking up a little bit here. If you take a look at the RSI, it's kind
Okay,
of
he
finding
said
a
something
bit of a
very,
turning
he said a key thing right there. And I've always noticed that, but I didn't know why. And that's why I didn't use it that much, but only on a smaller time frame. And it even shows on a smaller time frame that the Golden Cross sometimes comes in a little bit late. And he just said that, so that was my
What's
confirmation.
is that earnings to earnings in this name, implied volatility really hasn't
Same as the
moved
death
down
wish.
very much. So
The
you
death
can maybe
cross.
make the argument that there's kind
See?
of not very much of an expectation.
The Golden
for
Cross,
price movement for this name.
It's
It
already
moves in
spiked.
relatively small increments. At the same
This is
time,
interesting.
high implied volatility could
something I should probably talk about more. So we had a Golden Cross, Head and Shoulders. You bitch. Why?
But definitely it will still be interesting to see if we can see the trends that we've witnessed throughout the quarter so far, like premium travel, corporate travel, if that's also, you know, reflected by Alaska Air's results after the close
ALK.
today. But so now as we assess this, and
This is the kind of
to
talking I
here,
like.
for example, purposes, Alex, say leading into, I mean, the fact that, again, I will say, I know there wasn't the most favorable reactions, but United and Delta so far have been pretty strong. Not saying that's necessarily indicative of Alaska Air's move, but considering that the trends for tourism seem to be better than feared.
Yeah, we know that there's also a pretty strong inverse correlation to the price of crude oil at the moment for many of these airline stocks. So some of it's going to come down to an ultimate opinion for the individual at home on crude oil and geopolitics at the moment. But pretty critical area, around $45 per share. A lot of things converging at that point. And so if you think that could act as a support level, going below that, selling a put vertical below the market. Now, there is not weekly options available, so the shortest dated option you could choose would be going out to the August 21st cycle. That's 31 days away. And so as a result, going down to the 42.5 strike as the short strike for our short put credit spread here. If you do $2.50 wide spread, collect 75 cents, you would risk $175, chance to make $75 as a max theoretical gain. Break even 41.75, and again, it's the 42.5, 40 short put vertical an August 21st expiration, 31 calendar days from now. Collect 75 cents for a credit in this example. Risk 175, break even 41.75, and a max gain potential of 75. A lot of 75s in that.
Yeah, that's some good, nice evenness, and I like that those numbers all align very well. So good way to, of course, describe an example trade here for Alaska Air. But now to look at our second name today, also with earnings out after the close, that's Capital One. So this name actually making almost the perfect inverse move to the downside as what we just discussed today, at least with Alaska Air. But Ben, I mean, we pulled back 15% this year. I think this is actually a really interesting report, or expected to be an interesting report given its read on the consumer's health. And so walk us through what the chart does signal here ahead of this earnings event.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Capital One, one of those primary co-branded card issuers, especially in the retail space, whereas some other card issuers focus on airlines and travel and business. This tends to be retail focused, and you start to see the price movement here, building a bit of a base in this March to June timeframe as we get a kind of a double bottom area with the
COF, Capital One.
Around that 212 level, or
he's using the wicks.
Being tested and has been tested in the last couple of days. A little bit of a pullback from there, kind of sitting right at now the 200 period moving average. Just under that 200 period moving average. The 50
I would try it different.
Rising, but not quite near that golden cross like we saw on.
I'd do the bodies and call that a breakout, and then I'd do a rising wedge off the 200. Or the 50 SMA, as it pulled back. That acted like a real good pivot point, real good. Support, resistance, support. That's like a pivot point. But I disagree with his wick analysis.
Resistance, Jenny.
I'd say triple top breakout.
We're seeing at least some nice
with confirmation of a wick.
Modestly so. I mean, we weren't necessarily significantly lower on the session, but obviously earnings can rewrite a lot of the recent trends we've seen as far as price. If we see obviously a huge move to the upside or a move to the downside, which is both are very possible. But so appreciate it, Ben Watson, for bringing all of the technical setup today. Our OG chart master himself. But now, as we do look to trade this name for example purposes, I will say that I did speak to like United and Delta, signaling some strength for, say, Alaska. I will say that so far what we've heard from financials and the big banks and regional banks has been a strong financial, overall landscape in the United States.
Yeah, if we kind of look at this particular company, just to add a little piece of kind of commentary here as well, if we can. If I were to think of, from a spectrum, if we think about the K-shaped economy, let's say American Express maybe caters to the higher end of the K, certainly from a business standpoint. Let's just say Capital One maybe leans towards the lower credit quality. Now it's still, a consumer that's extended credit, so they're not so far low on the K, but certainly a lower credit quality, maybe the perception of it, than maybe an American Express would be. So bear that in mind. So I think it's a little bit more of an interesting look within financials if you're looking for credit stress in the system. That said, though, looking at a bullish example trade here, building off of what Jenny said, looking for maybe more financial, optimism post the numbers. And this is a 207.5 to 12.5 call vertical. It's a debit spread, kind of at the money. It's the July 24th, so it expires at the end of this week. If you spend $2 as a debit, it creates a situation where you risk 200 with a chance to make 300. So you do need a rally in the stock to get to that 209.5 break even. But if it gets through 212.5, you can make 300 even though you only risk 200 theoretically.
Okay, yeah, both of these reports we will keep on our radar here as they do release this afternoon. And so this really kicks off the slew of earnings that we're expected to get this week. And really today does really begin a lot of these big names reporting. So a lot to look forward to this week, of course, but we'll leave it there for Chartmaster today. Coming up next, though, NVIDIA's stake in Nebius is putting the NeoCloud trade back in focus as investors look for the next AI infrastructure winners beyond the mega cap names. So we'll discuss the huge upside we're seeing today in Nebius shares right after the break.
earnings breakdowns and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets. Follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Have you ever watched an interview and thought, I wish they had 5 more minutes, or I want to know how they discovered that hidden gem? That's exactly where Market Matters comes in. I'm Marley Caden, and our podcast is slowing things down. We're going beyond the earnings to get to the heart of the people and companies driving the global economy. If you want the full story, not just the headlines, Market Matters is for you. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Hey, Bob. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable.
Wait, had a stroke?
Yes. Now we're in the car together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant. I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now it's time for FOMO. Nebius shares are moving significantly higher after NVIDIA disclosed over a 9% stake in the company, giving investors another way to look at this AI infrastructure trade.
Be 80 degrees in here and feel fine.
Names draw more and more attention as we try
When
to
it's
find
102
these
outside.
collective but very important winners in the broader AI trade. So joining us is Marley Caden, host for the
Oh,
Schwab
God.
Network, for some more insight on this development.
Too much insight.
Not a huge piece of shocking news, but definitely seeing some, big upside today from Nebius.
Absolutely some big upside. I mean, they're up more than 17%, so a huge move for Nebius. But as you said, not necessarily a huge surprise here about this stake. I mean, Nebius overall has been an incredible performer, up more than 300% over the last 52 weeks. Absolutely a major beneficiary of the AI boom. NVIDIA did previously announce a $2 billion investment in the company back in March. At that point, their stake was estimated to be about 8%. So now we're learning it's a 9.3% stake. As far as how the share breakdown is, NVIDIA beneficially owns $22.25 million Class A ordinary shares. That's according to that filing. Those include 1.19 million shares held.
Oh, 3 clack crows.
held via pre-funded warrants.
What have I done?
Restricted from exercising or selling any of those clack shares until September 11th
Look at this.
year, according to that filing.
I gotta see if I screwed up here.
The companies are collaborating on AI
3 clack
on fleet management, on inference, and AI factory design and support, which is a big focus here. Also, Nebius, part of its boon that we've seen of late, they signed a long-term agreement with Meta as well back in March to spend up to $27 billion on Nebius AI infrastructure. So analysts are seeing some upside in this name. As we look across the performance from Friday and through Monday's close, we were up 9%. Now let's make that north of 25% with what we're seeing
3
today.
clack crows.
Although we are still seeing the stock down about 20% from the peak that it touched last month. Freedom Capital, though, did upgrade its rating on shares to hold from buy. They lifted the price target up to $200 from $159, but I think they're going to have to readjust that price target again here as we're now at $214.03. That was a 9.5% upside from the closing price yesterday, though, when they released that note. Overall, as I look more broadly across analyst ratings here, more than half of them have a buy rating. There are 5 hold ratings, 1 sell rating as I look across here. Average price target coming in about $258.71. Although if we can hold on to the levels that we're at right now, I'm imagining that we are going to see some adjustments to these price targets here, because at 258.71, that's only about a $45 upside from where we're currently trading. It was about a 42% upside before the move that we saw today. And as another driver of these moves that we're seeing, last week Nebius also announced a $775 million debt raise to help them accelerate the build out of their cloud infrastructure. Freedom Capital Markets actually cited that in their note as a positive catalyst for the company.
Yeah, I'm wondering what your thoughts are. Maybe any of the analysts have commented on it, or the conversations you have. It seems like the catalyst for the sell-off in these neo-cloud names from the highs really accelerated when Meta basically floated, or the story started leaking that they were entertaining selling some excess capacity. So it's interesting to me that you mentioned Meta as a key partner. If they're a key partner, or this space has less buyers because there's a thought that maybe they won't need as much compute, or maybe Meta throws it takes its hat out of the ring here a little bit. I also wonder if they see Meta potentially as a bigger competitor. Because I see CoreWeave way off the highs, I see IREN way off the highs, I see a lot of these Bitcoin miners that sort of trade like this way off the highs. I don't know if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you brought up a good thing. I think the sell-off was primarily triggered by Meta's announcement that it may sell its own excess compute capacity. But I remember talking to you about that at the time, where you acknowledged they don't actually have any excess capacity right now. So that is an important thing to bring up, but it did spark pricing pressure fears here across the neoclouds, because Meta, just in its sheer size, is a very formidable opponent if you're adding a competitor like that into the ecosystem. Also, there are really heavy debt burdens here on these neoclouds. There's a high concentration of risk. We also had this more broad pullback in semiconductor names that put some pressure on stocks like Nebius, on CoreWeave, on IREN, the ones that you just named here. I mean, building these state-of-the-art data centers requires an astronomical amount of money, and these neoclouds are all relying heavily on asset-backed debt and these convertible notes.
There it is, triggered.
These GPUs. So there are some risks there for sure.
I love this point real quick too, because it's a little bit different. It's similar to Oracle, in which they're taking this debt on to basically service the contracts they already have. It's not like Alphabet or some of these names that are spending the money to raise more money to spend more on new things they haven't bought yet. These companies have like pre-sold compute and capacity that they don't actually have yet, so they need to do this just to fulfill their own deals. That's where it gets a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a cyclical or tricky finance as you look at it, because they're funding what's already been sold, but they don't have the product yet. They needed the money to get the product to be available to give, but the product is already sold.
You're just talking too much shit, Marley.
But Oracle debt.
Okay.
Even though there's been movement within that sector, that's a repricing of tech debt and a repricing of data center debt.
And that repricing, Brian, just to restate it for everybody, so you're saying Oracle and SpaceX, they're seeing their debt trading like much less creditworthy types of companies. Okay, so
yeah, we're making them pay a penalty for using the balance sheet.
Right. And does this, you know, you were
Oracle had a nice setup
the .com, or we're in the middle
yesterday.
of the period as well. Do you draw historical analogies to this? Is this just a gamble and a risk?
Might have to get back to watching this
firms are taking in the investment?
CNBC. Yeah, he had a triple bottom down here with a megaphone. Boom. And then you come down here and you got a triple bottom with a, could call it an inverse head and shoulders. So yeah, that double bottom. 1 and 2 double bottom there. Snake breakout, pull back, boom. On Oracle. BTCS. Here's one that. Oh, look at that. points Chris Janis. Okay, Chris. What pronoun are you, Chris Janis? To its board of directors. Let's see what Chris Janis looks like. I bet you it's a cross-dresser. C-R-I, Chris, Janis. Yep, he's gay. There it is. I'm checking his forehead, his ears. His nose has never been broke. I think he has gay tendencies. If this is the same guy, though, he looks like a cowboy. He's definitely gay.
Spent $200 billion. Meta, Microsoft.
That's his big brother.
You're not going to see a pullback because they're basically we're in the early beginnings of this build out. Right. So the market can say, yeah, we're going to take a time out, but that doesn't mean the companies are going to change. They're not going to look at their stocks and say, well, we're not going to do this AI thing because investors are bummed out about our stock price in the last month. That's not how they're thinking
All right,
about
let me
this.
jump in here because I love the way that you've laid this out.
I love
we are all then relying on the fact that these companies and these leaders, this is what they're paid to do. This is
you laid this
what they're good at.
out.
They see where it's going and they think there's going to be a massive payoff. But is it possible that we get to a point several years out where the models are commoditized and they've now, all of these companies have a lot of debt on the balance sheet, and that commoditized output product, look at Cisco's launch today.
What am I
that
gonna do
output,
here?
they're not getting the revenue for it that they expected they would based on today's prices.
It's a risk, but we're not seeing that right now. Microsoft CFO has said that their margins are better in AI than they were in cloud at the same point.
Wow.
We're not seeing any of the data points. The CEO of Medtronic is saying we're saving lives, and AI does not get tired at the end of the day. Your doctor's eyes get tired at the end of the day, so don't get a checkup at the end of the day. You're seeing lives saved in aviation. You're seeing in finance the productivity, even in our internal team, in terms of how we're using AI in our own firm. So I think, again, we're going to go through little timeouts and acceleration timeout. Yeah, there's a lot of debt. There's a lot of investment. This is a boom we have never seen in terms of the investment. But there are going to be 5 companies that actually build this. Mm-hmm. There's not going to be 20. And those companies are Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, CoreWeave. There's a handful of others, Alibaba in China. We're not talking about, 50 companies that are going to thrive out of this. There's going to be a lot of winners, but like the companies that are building the critical infrastructure are very few.
All right.
So I think we have to look at it. It is not mass market. It is a microclimate of tech that is building this. And I think so far what we can see is when I tell you $2 trillion of contracted value on a $800 billion CapEx plan, I mean, any CFO is going to sign off on that.
Brian, do you, as a quick last word, do you agree that that analysis makes sense and that even if the market is putting a premium on this debt now, you're forcing companies to pay a little bit more, even NVIDIA, does Brent's analysis of the situation satisfy you?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think we're all in agreement here. We're at the beginning of a trend of AI build-out. The credit market, though, is pricing out who are going to be the
We're in the third inning,
who are
buddy.
going to be the losers. And I agree. We're not going to have 50 companies that are winners.
No.
We're going to have 5.
You never do.
And the credit market is winnowing those out right now. There's plenty of money available. My question is how much money and for whom? And for the firms that are the winners, like the Amazons, the Microsofts, there's plenty of money. The losers are going to be priced out of this.
Yep.
Just like in the dot-com market. So I think we're pretty much in sync here.
You got to spend the money.
See, those people who are sort of on the bubble, maybe, they're trying to stay in, make it to the playoffs, use the NASCAR analogy. Brendan and Brian.
It's not a bubble yet, but it will be.
I meant like the bubble, you call it like the 16 people who want to get to the playoffs anyway.
He's 100% right. I mean, he's 100% right. It happens in every industry. Every industry. Cars, just anything, they'll start off, like I think China had 300 EV car startups about 4 or 5 years ago, 350 of them, and only a few are going to survive. Start off with 100 men, you're going to fight it out until you have one champion. Only the strong survive, and the rich, in this case. Okay. Well, getting to where I can't listen to Schwab anymore. I just don't like the way Marley does things. A fat finger here on the video. The video was a good call this morning. Now, Apple has broke below the 200. What's that mean? It means it's bearish. We had a triple bottom I missed here on Meta for a scalp. We had a bounce on NVIDIA off the 200 on the 1 minute. 200 SMA. We had a fallen wedge breakout right here. Triple bottom. Boom! To a triple top. Fallen wedge. We got a head and shoulders. Apple break to 21. at a higher level. We got a triple top. You ready to break out in the video? Oh, it pulled back. Triple top. New deer. Like, I'm going to go out and just feel the heat for a second, and I'll be right back. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy. I'm taking my time. We're just going sideways right now. So I want to see a pullback or a breakout, and then a retest.
And speaking of others, Google also released its own cybersecurity model today, built to find
Google
vulnerabilities in patterns.
released a cyber model.
Trusted partners at first. And I want to point out, free does not mean cheap right away. You've been talking about that with your previous guest earlier in the show. AI companies bill by the token, roughly a piece of every word, every time a model answers.
They don't need a boat to catch fish.
Which is great, and says that's not necessarily bearish.
Token costs will need to keep going down. But that doesn't mean that the total spending goes down. The spending will go up as the token costs go down.
Why Cisco charges nothing for the models, essentially, is what he's saying. But Patel says the money is in the software around them. Of course, all the extra products that they can add, deciding which jobs go to a cheap model and which are paying up for. So the future is a lot of models.
Well, we're seeing the cybersecurity stocks sell off today, which I'm trying to understand why that would be the knee-jerk reaction. I can see how this would disintermediate potentially an Anthropic with its expensive, model that, but maybe these things too are also trying to. Everyone's in that space.
Or maybe this is a curveball. It could just be the general software mix as a whole is often used as a source of funding for chips, and the fact that chips, the SMH is over 3% higher, the IGV, which is the
SMH
ETF,
is like 5.5%.
Yeah, on not really any news.
Yeah.
And so this is less to do with catalysts. You can outline all of these headlines, but really it could just be a sentiment change, people realizing that the Chinese model is not going to be as detrimental to infrastructure. And actually, you do need to keep spending on GPUs and especially memory in the near term. And then, so that's why they're buying it. And plus, the stocks have dropped so dramatically, it was just an opportunity.
Hey, Livy Goose, are they concerned about the spending?
Time to buy on certain names, like Micron, exactly. Bank of America.
That's what they're saying here. Concerns about the spending in AI, the cybersecurity stocks. A defense deficit. They've always had a deficit.
Joint Chiefs are set to testify to the Senate Appropriations Committee about that at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. But with lawmakers gridlocked and the House leaving for recess tomorrow, will the DOD get it?
SPY, new high, breakout.
Comes right back.
Oh, hey, I'll be right back. I just got to get a little fresh air. Work this blood a little bit. STX. What the? Oh. SPY hit that last resistance right there, broke past it.
Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of this.
guy with a cane.
Welcome back to the exchange. Northrop Grumman shares are down 2% despite strong results and a record backlog of $105 billion.
Another one bites the dust. Oxy's up $1 today. Bounced off that bottom trend line. TSM, you got to keep an eye on these tickers, man. When they're down and you think the worst is the worst, that's why I trade these early morning. This is it. When you really think it's bad, and the worst is the worst, and things have never been so bad ever. Until Trump took office. I mean, it's total debacle. So I come in here first thing in the morning, and I'm jumping on these patterns. I ain't scared to jump in them. Because I'm not listening to their rhetoric. I've been here too long. I've been here seeing things a whole lot worse. The Obama crash was probably one of the scariest, and then the Bill Clinton crash. And then we had the Biden crash. Wasn't as bad as the Obama. We had 9/11 crash under Bush. Under his first term. Kuwait. I watched that market then. That's when I started buying Walmart at $26. And what else? I wish I'd had the experience I have now back during the Obama years. I'd be filthy rich. Filthy rich. Stocks that were at $100 dropped to $5. There was this one company, UN something, I don't know what it was. It was an energy company. And he started on that war on energy, and all the energy stocks and gas stocks tanked. Then the gas prices went to $5 a gallon back in his term. Dow went from 12,000 to 6,500. And I predicted the crash. That's the funny thing. And I was just new at it. But I was just listening to the rhetoric coming out of his mouth for 2 years. And I said, how could as a newbie, I said, how could anybody invest in someone that talks this much rhetoric on every speech about Wall Street? just bad-mouthing it, every single speech. That's all he talked about. The fat cats, telling people not to go to Vegas. I'm just shaking my head. But now, what I know now, gosh, I'd be worth a couple $100 million. The chicken, there's a chicken one. One of the biggest chicken companies that went bankrupt. It was a $80 stock, and it went all the way down to almost 20 cents. And they ended up going bankrupt, and it bounced up to 5, and I was in on that trade. And then I was in on Hog at $10. I bought it when Buffett bought it. And then Bank of America and Ford and General Motors, I got all them. Ford was at $1. Bank of America was at 5. But if I knew now what I knew back then, that was like a once-in-a-chance life opportunity. And I was just starting my business out, so I was scared to death. TSM's up $21. This is the one I called out yesterday. Had an inverse head and shoulders on it. That's why I liked the pullback we had under Biden so much, and I was going nuts. I think it's time. I think it's time for a reunion. For the ones that didn't know me back then, I wrote a song. Today, retail traders, the singing day trader is back. What I'm seeing on this chart 3 years ago is a little bullish or a little bearish. So I got a little tune I'm going to sing kind of as we go here. In one hell of a September, one I will always remember. Let's break out of the snake. It's been fun for heaven's sakes. Well, we got to break that 36809. Pay close attention to that blue line. The lowest support I want to hold. 362.41. Well, September will be a month I will always remember. I'll take it back to the top of resistance. Well, September will always mine to remember. Memories always remain. We'll take this month and forget about it. Let's break that resistance today. Thank you very much. Retail traders, let's do it. Let's get the job done. Have a great day. Whew. Walmart. Many of you Walmart. No, not anything. Not yet. Just kind of waiting here. It's just seems like it's dull. We're getting well. The SPY and the SPX are closing in on the 200. Could have some idea. Where did I type that out at? Water. I'll be right back. I'm going to go outside for a second. Get away from this. And, well, no, let's see where that SPY, that SPX is before I do that. Okay. Now, what was I seeing earlier? Okay. Yeah, it's the 1 minute. It's had such a good run. Can it be this one or is it going to be this one? Hello? This is a cybersecurity company wanting to check out your call here on the SPX. Now, we've got some communications with Cyberelli. He says that you've been trading off the 200 SML. Cyberelli has been a trader for over 250 years, and he's been watching you here lately on YouTube. Now, you got the 200 SMA right here. And what time is it? It's the time of day where I don't do very well. 1 o'clock, right on the button. Okay, the 7510s off the 200. Where are we? We're off the 200 on the /ES. We could drop down and hit the EMA. So either if you go in, it could drop $1 on you or more. At 3. So we're gonna see here. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare ye in the name of Bula. Prepare ye in the name of Bula. Who is this? Bula. It's the SPX. Are we going to tank like we've been doing? Or are we going to bounce off the 200 here? I've been waiting for this. Give me a hell yeah. Should I buy a put? Should I buy a put or a call? Should I buy a straddle or a strangle? Should I buy a prostitute? It's my horrible hour to be trading. We're not moving much. May I ask a personal question? Magnificent. Is it true that you're part of the Manson clan? He got his headphones on. Magnificent, did you get my question? We're waiting for the 200 EMA. And create a head and shoulders. Come back up. Find resistance at the 200. I'm still right out of the money at 75.10. $3. Francisca is here. Hello. You miss me? We're waiting. The next alert will be off the two. We're going to go 7505 or 6. That's just a guess. There's nothing telling me to stop there or not. But that'll give me a warning. Might just hold to 200. We're squeezing between that and the 9, or the 5th 9. Yeah, the 9. What is this? I got two different. What is this? I don't understand. Mid-study. Oh, that's a study. A simple moving average. Fuck. I don't want that on there. What's wrong with you? So what do I not have on here? 200 EMA. That's the 100. Damn, where's that? Oh. Moving average, there's the exponential right there. Oh, there it is. There's the knife. Oh, it broke out. Shit. It didn't move much.
Much has been said about the price of oil, but we'll get into another essential number in crude that we are monitoring closely. That information after the break.
Well, that could be an initial breakout right there. We're squeezing between that and the 63, the 9 and the 63 on the /ES.
barrels of Saudi crude oil to China. As you can see, that tanker, which was headed out of the Red Sea, turned around and went back in. Now, ultimately, it's going to have to leave because the ship is too big to go through the Suez Canal, but that type of action is what we may be seeing because of that Houthi threat. Another key thing to watch are the levels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the U.S. The SPR keeps going down, and it is now nearing that 300 million barrel level, which we bring up because
that's not cool.
That 300 million level may be close to
I didn't even think about that.
Operational low for the SPR.
I'm going to believe it, but I can't think about it.
Where it becomes difficult or slower or maybe even impossible to pull more oil out of the salt caves, which is what the SPR actually is. Kelly, it's kind of like thinking about like a straw hitting the bottom of a glass, and you kind of got to move the straw around. No one knows exactly where that operational low level may be, if it even exists. But people have talked about it, and if you hit that, the 300 million barrels isn't going to matter much if you can't get to it. By the way, my newsletter this week also asked the question, what happens if all Iranian oil goes off the market? I know it's crazy, but maybe now these are the time for crazy questions. Writing it now, hopefully should be out by tomorrow night or Thursday morning. Sign up today.
I'm thinking this afternoon, maybe. We'll put a little deadline on it. We had some time on the plane.
I had a lot of time in Milwaukee Airport. Not a lot. Milwaukee, I love you. You gotta have more workstations, someplace to work.
Right, plug in the computer.
Airport. You're not Roanoke, and I love Roanoke too, but it's like a Roanoke-style airport. It's small.
It's arguably the most important question of the entire AI build-out. Where is the compute power coming from? Hut 8 CEO Asher Canute will join us exclusively on that and their new AI data center deal. We'll be right back.
Walmart. Let's go to Walmart. Fill up my shopping cart. We hit the orb. Jimmy called the orb. Jimmy called the reversal to the orb. 5-minute candlestick pattern. Falling wedge. Falling wedge. And I'm still watching this SPX 295. I gotta bring, man, this thing, I'm having so much trouble with this today. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm actually sore from last night. I don't ever want to do that again. I'll be back and walk around for a second.
All right, welcome back. Hut 8 is red hot. The stock up 20% this week alone. It locked in a second 15-year lease with, again, an unnamed major tech hyperscaler. The deal worth nearly $10 billion. it also fully commercializes its 1 gigawatt Beacon Point AI campus in Texas. It is the latest sign that Hut 8's pivot from crypto to AI infrastructure is paying off for investors. Joining us now in a Power Lunch exclusive is Hut 8 CEO Asher. Asher, it's good to have you back on. We've been talking to you off and on for a year and a half. We've been talking to a lot of the companies, as Kelly now calls them, in the AI landlord. That's the new term that we've given.
Let's see if he likes that term.
He may not, but you could say this if you don't. But that's kind of the name that we are giving, or Kelly is anointing to your group. Why is it this sort of gold rush right now? Is there something specific that's happening where all these deals seem to be being signed in a matter of weeks or months?
Power is the key critical resource that allows this industry to thrive. Our thesis as a company is power fuels technology, and if we can build infrastructure at the intersection of power and technology, we can push humanity forward. And so I think what this deal shows is we built credibility in the ecosystem. Tenants and customers trust us to power their AI needs and the infrastructure that powers the technologies that they build. And this is now the third deal. When we first started chatting last year, we had 0 contracted AI revenue. Now we have about $27 billion of AI contracted revenue, almost $1.75 billion a year in EBITDA.
Asher, I don't know if you're in the 13 eastern states, the District of Columbia that makes up PJM, the largest electrical grid. Are you?
We have projects that we're looking at there, but nothing active right now.
I'm going to ask you anyway about this story. So the New York Times over the weekend asserts that new data centers will add $6.3 billion to electricity bills in that area based on the auction. We talked about this previously that was held on June 30th. An extra $6 billion in energy bills. And they say that data centers have added $29 billion in utility costs for customers in the PJM region since 2024. Do you have any context for this? When people see these numbers, they're going to want more of what New York just did, which is a moratorium on data centers. Is this true that data centers have added this much to utility bills for 13 states in the District of Columbia?
It's not true. The key in all of the projects that we're working on is we pay for the transmission upgrades that the utility incurs. So we actually increase the infrastructure for all of the ratepayers. And we also pay for the energy bills itself. And that's Hut 8, but I think that's the majority of data center companies today, because this is a hot and important topic. And the idea is that this infrastructure is additive to communities that it enters, not adding additional costs to those. So I think on one side, it's critically important that data centers are able to help increase the infrastructure within communities that we engage in. And every conversation we have, every project that we're developing, the conversation is how much do we have to pay to increase any electrical infrastructure that may need to have to be increased, and we pay for the full bills. So that's full stop, and every data center developer that I know is doing the same thing. Separately, we also are looking at improvements on the communities themselves, right? We donated a full water infrastructure program to the parish. We lent them $10 million to increase salaries for the sheriff's department, for school district, and so forth. So I think a big part of developing data centers now is how do you make sure that this is an investment that benefits the community as well. And I think you're going to see more and more of that across projects that are being developed across the U.S.
And I haven't seen the article, by the way. I was a little bit busy yesterday.
It's kind of a number, one of these like factoid charts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I bring politics into it. I hate to do it, right? Because you feel like you got to take a shower. But I mean, it's going to be a political tinge to that article, I'm sure. A lot of this is policy failures by politicians who failed to see the jump in demand for power and were shutting things down when they should have been raising things up. And also, let's remember, there is a pledge that was given, basically in DC, where a lot of these data center providers, like, yeah,
oh man,
build
there it is.
Is if we contribute and
jeez, I missed it.
Power lines or whatever it might be. I'm sure your stock, the first time we talked, it was about $20 a share. It's at about 110.
Damn it!
In about a year and a half, so investors don't seem that concerned about the growth rate. But the investors I talk to, I guess the question they have for me is, well, ask these guys, what's the next act? You've got a
picked the wrong time to go for a walk.
How do you keep that going, or do you eventually run out
of
power to
you wait and wait and wait, and there it is.
We're just
I use strategy today.
I really feel like the momentum is just building. We have a huge pipeline, about 8 gigawatts of sites that are interconnected to the grid. We have many sites that we're looking where we're building our own power generation as well. What people need to realize is this is like the space race. I'm sure people saw the news about Kimi, the Chinese open source model, now becoming one of the best models in the recent ratings that came out. It's the US against China against other countries, and we want to be able to fuel the compute and the technologies that power our technologies and win this race. And so as we think about continued development, we're getting more and more trust as we continue to execute on these data centers, deliver this critical infrastructure, and we see just the beginning of this demand signal. I mean, all of the customers, including current customers who are coming back and re-signing deals like we just announced, and new customers are looking for infrastructure partners that they can trust because the demand is there and the race is real and the U.S. must win.
Do you have to start, well, the U.S. must win, but do you have to start looking outside the U.S., Asher, for availability and lower cost power? Because, you know, listen, electricity lines are not perfect, but as I'm told, you can string an electricity line to a data center, wherever it may be, and then just have a giant fiber optic cable on the seabed and get it here.
That's the key, is as we build in the U.S., I think communities need to understand, if we push data centers out like New York is doing, you're ultimately pushing those investments overseas or into other states. If you look at states like Louisiana, states like Texas, the amount of investment that you're seeing into those communities, tens of billions of dollars of infrastructure projects. In Louisiana alone, I think you're at almost $100 billion of investment into the state. Data centers today with latency can be built overseas. And I think it's important to know that as long as we are able to fix the core concerns around data centers, that's cost.
We don't want to put them overseas, you dip.
Impact. Those are all problems that have already been solved, and I think people need to understand how they've been solved. And once that's done, we can invest into the U.S. But yes, there's data centers being built across the world right now, in Europe and Asia and everywhere else.
Asher, before you go, Bitcoin's at 66,000. Are you guys still mining? What do you think of this?
Yeah, I mean, we're the largest shareholder of American Bitcoin. American Bitcoin mines about 10 Bitcoin a day. It still mines about a 50% margin, obviously more today since the price has gone up. I think for us, Hut 8 is a business that powers all next generation technologies. We continue to be one of the largest providers of security to the Bitcoin network and mine Bitcoin at a really healthy profit margin. And now we're providing.
Well, let's hope you go bankrupt.
Has it gotten more profitable, Asher, as people have left the business? I don't know if they've completely left, but I know a lot of people have switched operations to data centers.
That's a huge opportunity, and that's what we've seen is it's not only gotten more profitable, but in the past, when Bitcoin prices came up, people just turned on their facilities that they shut down. Now those facilities have moved over to AI.
Well, I missed that bottom. That really upsets me. I've got 20 more minutes to power hour. And get ready to short? Not yet. I think a nuke would have to go off before we'd want to short it. Or some interference with China or Russia. A lot of accusing going on right now, and I don't know if I like that too much, but I know I missed a good shot right there. Breakout. Man, I missed that good trade. It's up 100 something now. Jeez. I'm so stupid. Oh. Why did I go out and do the walk? I knew I was close. That sucks. I got a trade. Here we go. I'm really pissed now. Not supposed to work out, is it? Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy. This video is going to be talking about when not to take a walk. The title is going to be When Not to Take a Walk. So I've sat here for about an hour, no trades, hour and a half, waiting for this pullback. And the longer I wait, the more antsy I got to go outside and feel that 102-degree temperature outside. Thought about even putting on my swimsuit and going to the pool. Yesterday I did a video about trading naked. It was so damn hot in here. But I just learned, it's not that I learned the lesson. I've learned the lesson before, but I'm going to show you what I'm talking about when never to take a walk. So I'm the master of the sneaky snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. My point of being in the now, I was waiting patiently for a moving average to touch. And I called it out. I said, wait till we hit the 200. Patiently waiting. So I get up off my ass and I decide to go for a walk, maybe a 5-minute walk, to go look at the girls out there by the pool. And we were sitting right down here, right before we broke down below that 200 SMA, which is an indicator that we could fall back and hit the 200 EMA. So I closed the door and went outside for a walk and came back in about 5 to 6, 7 minutes. And it hit my target that I've been waiting for an hour and a half. 200 EMA. So we've got the snake breakout pullback, boom to a double top. When not to take a trade? When you think your setup is about there, and if you patiently waited for over an hour and a half, it don't hurt to wait another 5 to 10 minutes. So that's it. The founder missed out on a good trade right here, about 150 bucks. Maybe more than that. I stopped looking after it climbed up 150. This is Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Now what is this? What's this thing right here? Copilot. I don't know where that come from. Better not click it because I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. That was a big pain right there. Okay, we're pulled back to the 50 right here for a squeeze. It's got to hold this 50 SMA or it's going to automatically drop down here to an inverted head and shoulders. Set your alert right above the inverted head and shoulders.
Hello, my name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake trading strategy. This video is going to
Meta platform.
We're using these platforms anyways, but we really haven't seen the kind of mass adoption of these bands that really could have the kind of impact on the company's bottom line where it would really push them in a different direction. So this is certainly an area that we're going to be watching very closely, and we'll see as we get closer to their earnings what we hear about investment in AI infrastructure and how they might try to monetize that AI infrastructure in other ways beyond just getting young people addicted to their, or I shouldn't say the word addicted, getting young people eager to use their apps. Of course, I use the word addicted because that is up for a lot of debate, whether or not these platforms are designed to be addictive.
and that is under scrutiny and through a number of lawsuits here in the U.S. So while they're reckoning with these issues overseas and these blanket bans, they're battling against these lawsuits here in the U.S. that are now asking whether the design of the apps are intended to be addictive. Of course, Meta and the other platforms say they're not.
I don't think that's too strong of a word. I think there's major lawsuits around that word. To your point, Julia, that's the way, and a lot of parents would, by the way, agree with that. Something also you said sort of caught my ear, which is that I know we're focusing on the Meta thing, but you said they're going to ban, under this bill, they're going to ban phones in high schools in France. So if you're 17 years old, you're not using a cell phone. We've seen some states here,
or some school districts
move toward
school districts,
that.
So I think a lot of what that means is that phones can't be out during the school day. We've seen here in the U.S. a lot of different ways that's handled. Some schools have kids keep their phones in their lockers or in their backpacks. Other schools say that they have to go into a special cubby or a pouch. I've reported on some of the companies that are creating these pouches so kids can't access their phones. But that is a broader question. In terms of the constitutionality question and whether or not this will be delayed beyond the start of the academic school year in France, we'll see how that plays out, but it does seem like there is a lot of support in France for this kind of ban and for the banning of phones in schools. I've heard a lot of support for that here as well, as lawmakers as well as educators want to make sure there isn't so much distraction in the classroom itself.
My guess is 101% of high schoolers will be against this ban. That's bad math.
No, a lot of younger people they're overwhelmed by their own addiction with this. So I think
or perceived addiction, according to the courts, Kelly. Julia
Then the
Vorstin.
question is whether you're whether you get something out of it and whether there's value there, or whether you can't stop yourself and you're hooked.
I remember I went to law school and laptops were sort of starting to roll out, and I sat in the back and I would look down and this is like early days where the laptops did nothing but were used, and half the people were playing Minecraft.
My husband talks about the exact same thing.
Not Minecraft, Minesweeper.
Yeah.
That old game.
It doesn't matter. The point is they're not listening. They're not taking notes. They're not writing by hand.
I loved it. Made my C- average in law school look even better. Hey, folks, everybody, markets are rallying. We appreciate you watching. Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
And closing bell starts right now.
Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Leslie Picker in for Scott Wapner. Today, this make or break hour starts with a Tuesday turnaround as stocks post their first gains in 3 days. Here's your scorecard with 60 minutes to go in the trading session. The Dow up about 0.7%, S&P up 0.9%. The Nasdaq, the leader here, up 1.3%, and the Russell 2000 up by nearly the same magnitude. And of course, semis once again in the driver's seat today with names like Micron, Western Digital, and Seagate all firmly in the green. Elsewhere, crypto catching a bit today, fully risk on, with Bitcoin trading back above 66,000. We'll have more on that move coming up. And we are on earnings watch with key names like Chubb, Alaska Air, and Interactive Brokers all reporting in overtime. And things really kick into high gear with Alphabet reports tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow afternoon?
How should you position your portfolio as earnings season heats up? Let's bring in Payne Capital's Courtney Garcia, MetLife's Drew Mattis, and Wilmington Trust's Megan Shu. Courtney and Megan are both CNBC contributors. Courtney, we'll start with you. Obviously, this is a very important earnings season. I think the numbers plus the commentary will be critical as we kind of assess where we are in the full AI infrastructure build out. What's your expectation?
I think we are going to see a strong earnings season, but people are really wanting to make sure that the demand is still there, because the big question is all of this money that the hyperscalers are spending on AI, when is the return on investment going to come there? And you're seeing today, like with the fact that the chip makers are leading the markets, is really a sign that AI demand is still there, at least investors think so, but that needs to be justified when earnings actually come out. So I think that's really going to be an important factor here, and investors are really going to see not just good earnings from last quarter, but what is the guidance looking forward at this point.
And Drew, much has been made about just the overall high bar going into this earnings season. How much of it is just surpassing that bar, and how much room is there for disappointment even if that happens?
Well, I think there's a lot of room for disappointment, which is why why people are so worried about it all. A lot of people have said a lot of things about what AI can do and how it's going to affect things, but the reality of it is
Please carry on with the AI. I mean, don't it get old after a while? The storybook is just continuous. It is. I mean, I don't think they understand. I really don't. I really don't think they understand that it's a new chapter. I really believe that they don't understand. They're just going off repeated history rhetoric. Whatever goes up comes down. We've been through it through all kinds of sectors. The internet had so many companies come out, and only a few of them survived. And this back during woke, when they were pumping women CEOs right and left. And every one of these CEOs were failing at the time. And she took a $600 company and brought it down to $20. And she was like put up on a pedestal. The chick from Budweiser comes in and screws the whole company up, telling that her customers don't have any frickin' sense. I mean, who in the hell would do that? What kind of CEO would say something like that? Cracker Barrel, same thing. She comes in there and she thinks she's going to turn it into a gay bar. And that didn't work out too well. Nike, the same thing. Target. Took 4 or 5 years to get over that. They're spam. I'm just hanging up on them. That's probably one of the biggest freaks I've ever seen in my time of trading. In the 22 years trading was the Biden administration. What else? There's a couple others out there that were real good companies that decided to be woke. And they just screwed them over. I mean, you're bashing. You got your marketing 1%, not even 1% of Americans over the 90% that shop at your stores. Makes no sense to me at all as a professional.
And efficient enough for widespread adoption. Google is leaning on its full stack advantage here, owning the models, custom chips, and cloud infrastructure, giving it more control over.
We've been watching Joby. Now we got some volume on Joby today. So you missed that one.
Compute to meet demand. Google's better positioned to serve at scale. And Leslie, as you were discussing on Halftime Report earlier, cloud is the clearest test of whether that spending is translating into revenue.
Starbucks, another one.
Year-over-year cloud.
Starbucks is another one that went real bad. Starbucks was really bad at it. Wearing Black Lives t-shirts and the front counter. They really, this guy that owned Starbucks wanted to be president, so he resigned so he could run, and then it didn't work out. Eventually they'll come around. Snake breakout, snake double bottom, boom, snake breakout. We've got a triple bottom, boom. I'm not sure what I can call this. Call it a triple bottom. Oh, rising wedge. Take from that body to right here. Watch this. If I think this is going to key out, fine. Let me show you something. It's kind of like a pivot point. Support, 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 support. Support, support, support. And then kind of support, support. And that's an inverse head and shoulders. That's the right shoulder right there. So it's either got to break out here and do a double top, or pull back to the 200 for a very strong buy. Resistance, resistance, support, resistance, 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 support, 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 resistance, 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 support, resistance, resistance, support. That's a pivot point. So you set your alert above the 63. An alert triggered. Starbucks. Implied volatility at 41%. Now that don't make sense. Market above it didn't hit no. What's going on here? What did that trigger? I had a malfunction with my toss. I don't know why it did, why it triggered. Oh wow. Nope. I posted it 4 days ago. CIRF. Whoa. Linzoid. Linzoid. You say you're going to give me $500? You're going to give me $500? SPX at the 200 wash. You're neglecting your time frame. Oh! Oh, not again. Not again. How dare you? You're a bunch of shit. Timing's off about 3 minutes on that one. 3 to 4 minutes. Go away, little girl. Go away, little girl. Hey. There it goes, man. That's good one call there, Randy. Twice I've missed that trade now. Right to the 200, right to the pivot point. There you are. Profit. Triple top. To the 200. With an inverted head and shoulders, inverse. With a double bottom off the 200 EMA with a two-headed snake. Do you understand that I talk? I talk kind of weird. It'd take some time to sit here and get used to me the way I call some of these trades out. What's he's talking about? A fucking two-headed snake. Oh, I don't get it. Two-headed snake, a double bottom off a megaphone. Yeah, I just now noticed a megaphone. Right there. Megaphone. Breaks the 200, we could fly. If you can count to 4, you might make a little bit more. If you can count to 4, if you count to 3, you can trade with me. But if you count to 4, you just might end up making a little bit more. Magnificent, did you get my question? I had a real good question for you. You have to look up then. No. Sometimes my brain capacity kind of outsmarts Magnificent. He has to do a little bit of thinking and research before he can reply. Okay, here comes the Head and Shoulders, Randy. This time I'm ready. Randy? The 75.10s at $2.15. Could easily drop down here and hit this 200 for a double bottom. I like that better, but I also like this Head and Shoulders. Okay. So small, then add or just wait and see if it hits the 200 EMA at the double bottom, which it looks like we could get one more red candle. So as a free thinker as I am, $2.15. It went to 210 that I saw. $2.15. You got a problem? I didn't think so. I didn't think so. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, God. Oh, it's 2:24. Shit. I didn't even take a look at the clock. We're now at $2.35. Hi.
telling yet is, given the high-cost producers here in the States and in the West, relative to, say, Kimi 3 that just dropped, and that Kimi 3 had 2.8 trillion factors in their model, in this open source model, right? And so it's as good as Fable 5 is the claim, and as good as ChatGPT or OpenAI's most recent model. And so the cost of intelligence coming down, the demand for intelligence is going to skyrocket on the cost coming down. That's net very positive for this market. But who can make a good rate of return on that capital? That's the question you're asking, and that's the answer that we don't have yet.
So we don't know where within the supply chain is going to be the biggest beneficiary of the puts and takes with regard to.
So what you want to then invest with is the best credit offtake, with the physical collateral being what's going to be in demand. And that's where we've been so active. And that's where I think the great opportunity is for investors.
Now, I want to ask you about private credit, because this is something that you've been on the tape speaking about. You recently warned that the default rate in direct lending could be about 5 to 6% over the next few years. According to Fitch, private credit defaults were basically those levels in May, but that was mostly driven by PIK and maturity extensions, not traditional bankruptcy. What's your view on private credit at this juncture?
I love private credit. I think private credit's in a very healthy place. Equity sponsors are putting in bigger checks, leverage ratios coming down, spreads are wider, and everyone has their eyes wide open. No COVID, understanding what's happening with the supply chain, cost structure, and understanding what investments to make and avoiding software. And so this vintage, Leslie, is going to be a super strong vintage. You have to be bullish direct lending going forward. And as it relates to the default rate, yes, the default rate will remain elevated, and the next level of defaults will be primarily driven in these next couple of years, 27, 28, by software defaults. And so, yes, we've made that call to not invest in software. The spread for a software loan is considerably wider today, and so the question is, how do you price a new software loan? And the answer is very, very cautiously, very carefully, because the shoe to drop in software has been a valuation shoe so far. It hasn't been that increase in default rate, and you'll see that later because the valuations have shifted down considerably, not supporting the level of indebtedness that a lot of these companies now have in the direct lending marketplace. So that is yet to be fully written, but we have our eyes on that very carefully. And
we got triple bottom coming off the 200.
Yeah, because I was going to say the default rate that Fitch outlines is largely in the consumer space and industrial space, and actually software only saw a default rate of about 2%, which was well below the average there. And
right now it's kicking the can down the road for a lot of the lenders, and so you're not going to see the default rates yet, but they're coming because the PIK's coming. You can see it in the valuation. So if a company was bought at a 20 times multiple by PE or
65.
8, 9, 10 turns of debt.
Good job. Good job.
And now that company is valued at 8.
Okay, I've got 4 contracts, 2 at 215 and 2 at 165.
You know, there's not a software loan I think that can get done the normal way.
And that's triple bottom off the 200.
The longest loan someone will.
If this doesn't hold, I'm out of it. They could just drop down and do a double bottom or a double bottom right here. But we'll see if it holds this 200. That's what I want to do.
has churned around. It hasn't left the market. It's gone to new places. And I think we're going to continue to see that.
You say that there are signs of fragility beneath the surface of the market that they're watching.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what we mean is that if you look at the top line of the market, the VIX itself, right, the volatility in the market itself is not particularly disturbing, right? We look at the index, we're like, oh goodness, 7,500, we're within 1% or 2% of all-time highs, everything must be great. We're up, 9 to 10% year to date, all is well. Below the surface, all is not well, right? We continue to see these violent rotations. We continue to see a lot of retail participation, a lot of leveraged ETF participation, which we need to watch. And really what we're seeing is the correlation between stocks is extraordinarily low. So that tells you that it's company specifics and it's those idiosyncratic factors that
So got that trade out of the way.
That are driving things. And that means there
I was in another room.
Bumps along this.
I was in another room. And you'll have jackasses like this all the time. And I've seen them come and go over and over and over again. The only way to learn is to listen and not to badmouth your other opponent or your partner or you're trading with or anything else. So I took this trade and I started getting bashed. I called out a megaphone with an inverse head and shoulders with a triple bottom off the 200 EMA. I had 4 confirmations to take that trade, maybe more. So I called out a megaphone and he'd come in there, that ain't no megaphone, that's a Semitic Thathabith. And what the fuck is it? What the hell are you talking about? In a symmetric pattern. Symmetric pattern could be any kind of pattern. So he said, no, that's a symmetrical pattern or a symmetric. I've never even heard of it. I don't really care to know of it, but I'm going to send it to you. He says, I'm around this crap all the time. I showed him a chart of a symmetric pattern, which kind of looked a little bit like this. Right here. That's a schematic, or whatever you want to call it, pattern. It has nothing to do with charts. All it does is just symmetrical lines drawn from one place to another. To find them, you need to know the chart patterns. So I called this triple bottom. I'm getting mocked. And all of a sudden, big breakout. So I shove it up his ass. It tells me I don't know nothing about the market. You get these little, I don't know what you want to call them. It's a new generation, I know that. They're how do you define it? Very arrogant, very. I don't know what word to use, but it kind of pissed me off a little bit. I'm just trying to help somebody out, show them a good trade, and I get some idiot coming here telling me what a fucking W is. I know what a W is. Doom, boom, doom, boom. So I blocked him. It's okay if he wants to explain what a semantic pattern is and draw me a diagram of it, you know. Don't sit there and lecture to me about what I don't know when you don't know what I don't know. Okay, I'm done. I got out of that trade.
Growth will slow in the third quarter.
10 minutes left.
Revenue as well. The life science equipment manufacturers still beat on the top and bottom lines, but the stock is the S&P 500's worst performer and pacing for its worst days since 1991. 12% down.
Look at those moves, Christina. Thank you. Up next, we'll be heading to the courtroom.
What's next? Citibank had a good day today. Banks did real good on earnings. They're still going sideways. I was surprised about Goldman Sachs being so good. It had pulled back on its earnings. I mean, this is a good setup yesterday.
We have a news alert on OpenAI, the company just adding BNY CEO Robin Vince as independent director to its board. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that OpenAI is also adding David Valdez, the CEO of Nubank, to its board as well. All of this comes as OpenAI prepares for its IPO. It's confidentially filed, but bringing two seasoned executives from the banking world onto its board, expanding the board size. We will bring you more as we get it. We are now in the closing bell market zone. Mike Santoli and Empower's Martha Norton are here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Oliver Rennick standing by live from SIBO Global Markets in Chicago. Angelica Peoples is tracking the battle between Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Mike, we'll start with you.
Yeah, it seems the market kind of getting itself on somewhat more neutral footing. Some of the stuff that's been beaten up the most on a month-to-date basis, getting a lift. I think the semi-rally still has plenty to prove. I mean, we still haven't gotten back up to levels that would represent something that seemed like a little bit more than just a pretty reflex bounce. So you set that aside, make sure that you keep an eye on yields, which is keeping the majority of stocks more or less in check. And you know, it's over 2 months into this sideways range. There's a benign way of looking at it. It's just an internal correction in the market that's reloading for another leg higher. But we'll see if any of these kind of back and forth under the surface movements tend to cause any actual outbreak of volatility on the index level.
Yeah, equities do feel comfortable in the current range, though, Mike. Thank you. Let's get to Oliver Rennick at the SIBO with the options action. Hi, Oliver.
Hey, Leslie, I'm watching Tesla ahead of earnings tomorrow as the stock sits on a multi-year uptrend line and options traders prepare for what could be the biggest earnings move in a year. At the money, options prices suggest an almost 6% swing in the stock after its report, and flows are leaning bullish today with 145,000 calls bought versus just 63,000 puts, and as many puts sold as bought. So it does look like traders think that line will hold. The most popular contract right now is the 380 strike call that's just out of the money, but costs about $1,000 to buy.
It's gone, SNXX.
3% by close on Friday. By the way, Tesla options are more popular than SpaceX again, with 900 million in options traded today, almost double SpaceX.
2115, baby.
More than half the SpaceX premium, more than 60% of Tesla trading was in calls, Leslie.
Fascinating, Oliver. Thank you. Shares of Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk moving in opposite directions. Our Angelica Peoples has that fascinating story for us. Angelica.
Hey, Leslie. Well, it is certainly fascinating. So what's happening here is that Novo Nordisk is suing Eli Lilly for false advertising. Novo's accusing Lilly of using outdated information to make Zepbound look more effective than Wegovy. And if you've watched TV over the past year, really at any time, you've probably seen these commercials from Lilly showing that Zepbound helps people lose more weight than Wegovy. And so those numbers come from a head-to-head study that Lilly ran, and Novo says that those results are no longer relevant because the company has since introduced a higher dose of Wegovy that delivers more weight loss. And so Novo says that it sent Lilly a cease and desist letter asking Lilly to take down those ads or to change them, and they haven't done it. And so now they're turning to the courts to make Lilly pull those commercials and even run corrective ads. And so Lilly in a statement saying that they stand firmly behind the ad and that they will continue to focus on the science and defend against this lawsuit vigorously. So just an escalation in this ongoing fight between those two companies, Leslie.
Yeah, definitely want to continue watching. Angelica, thank you. Let's bring in Empower's Marta Norton as we head toward the close. I want to ask
ask you about earnings growth because Q2 is expected to be really driven by tech, some eye-watering numbers in terms of growth for the quarter. Where do you think we are in terms of near peak growth?
I mean, it doesn't seem like we're reaching it at least this quarter, though you're right, these are eye-watering numbers. So if we're looking at technology, we're looking at something, at least according to FactSet, of 60+% growth year over year. When we're looking at semis, it's about 130%. And it seems as though we're still very much early days in the AI build-out, so we can see those numbers continue. But the question is whether that's priced in, and it certainly seems as much, at least on the chip side, when you see, triple-digit returns year to date.
You've also been studying AI loser, which you say has lately been the hyperscalers and businesses like IBM, which have seen more of a crowding out effect in terms of wallet spend. What's the floor for these types of names?
Well, it's kind of interesting, right? Because when we think of AI, we think of transformation, we think of massive profitability and productivity, and yet it's been a lot easier to identify the companies that have been left behind. And that does include the hyperscalers, at least year to date, given how much they're spending and the concern that creates for investors. And then it includes all of these different businesses that are being disrupted. And so I think when we're looking at something as transformative as AI, we really want to turn our attention to those areas where there is that margin of safety emerging, so that potentially you can, I guess,
one more minute
yourself a bit in the event that some of the news goes south.
Do you think there's a ceiling for the AI winners?
When we're thinking of AI winners this year, it definitely seems to be really focused on that chip area. And I guess from a market performance standpoint, while I don't necessarily think the fundamentals are coming off the bus, the wheels coming off the bus just yet, it does seem like it's hard to imagine we continue to see these stocks push higher from here.
Yeah, it's certainly a remarkable time to watch. We appreciate your time on this critical trading day, this critical trading time. Marta, thank you so much. Just taking a look at the markets as we head toward the close, looks like all three major indexes are going to close in the green today, up 7.74 for the Dow right now.
All right. Not a bad day.
And up 1 point.
Not a bad day. Patience has really paid off. After what happened to me, what was that? Yesterday, getting stuck in that trade right out of the gate, coming out there with the what's his name? Fucking McGregor. Full speed ahead, giving it all you got. No, you got to be patient and sometimes wait for the setups. And try not to get ahead of yourself. But I want to wish everybody a good day. Chart patterns, moving averages, and always being in the now. I used to love watching Schwab, but I can't take it anymore. I just can't. I don't want to know every damn thing in the book about the company. I already know most of it. I mean, this chick, too much detail. It doesn't matter to me. And then I just get, ugh. Can get under my skin. 1776, that was a good year on SNXX. 1776, that was a fun year. I was 15, just getting my driver's license, learning permit.
to give.
Yes.
The earnings season will give us that sort of catalyst.
One way or the other. 75.09, we closed the S&P. We hit 75.17 on May 14th. That's a date that's kind of burned in my mind. So yes, you could say that it's either a rest or it's kind of slowly losing momentum and energy to actually further advance. Let's get more on today's chip comeback. Christina Parchinello is here at the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you guys mentioned it, chips bouncing again. No single headline driver after a roughly 20% drop in the SOX index, particularly from its late June record. The selling pressure eased today. The most oversold names rose the most. You could see SanDisk, Micron, Western Digital, Marvell, Seagate, the usual momentum names. Catalysts were there if you want them. TSMC, Taiwan Semi moved on a Nikkei report that it'll raise prices up to 10% in 2027. And Nebius climbed after an NVIDIA filing showed a over 9% passive stake. Though that was not new money. It is mostly a warrant from March that NVIDIA now has to count, so just paperwork. AMD also rose ahead of its AI event starting tomorrow. Keynote Thursday. We could expect some customer announcements. Rumors it might be Anthropic as a big name. Retail still leaning in right now. Micron has been a top 10 retail traded ticker for more than 100 days straight. And SpaceX is also back in the top 5 with first earnings set for August 4th, which also unlocks major early inside selling. On the earnings front, we had 3M that was the Dow's biggest gainer after raising its full year profit outlook. GM raised guidance on steady pricing and shrinking EV losses. And Danaher fell. Soft core revenue outlook really overshadowed a solid quarter. Guys?
All right, Christina, thank you. Markets shaking off a rise in oil prices for the most part following the latest round of attacks between the U.S. and Iran. Pippa Stevens watching oil prices for us. Pippa.
Hey, Mike. Oil jumping as the market closely watches developments with the Houthis in the Red Sea after the Yemen-backed group declared a maritime embargo against Saudi Arabia. There are still ships transiting the waterway, but we've also seen at least one example of a U-turn within the Red Sea by a very large crude carrier, as well as some ships turning off their transponders while in the area. The Red Sea has become a lifeline for Saudi Arabia's oil exports, with more than 4.7 million barrels per day loaded from Yanbu, more than doubling since the war began and Hormuz closed. But other oil also flows through the Bab el-Mandab Strait at the south end of the Red Sea, including from Russia. And while the Houthi action is specifically aimed at Saudi Arabia...
Oh, I haven't shut off yet.
Together with Hormuz, a dual shutdown...
I'm still here.
About a quarter of...
Okay, well, I'm out of here now.
Meantime, European natural gas...
I just had a blackout. How long have I been sitting here? 5 minutes?
Since March, with the continent in the middle of its refill season, Goldman lifting its Q3 target to 60, up from 41 previously, pointing to a slower than expected ramp in Hormuz flows. Melissa?
Pippa, thanks. Pippa Stevens. Google kicks off the mega-cap earnings reports tomorrow. The focus is on how much it's going to spend on
YouTubers.
AI. All that spending coming at the expense of stock buybacks. Mackenzie Segalis has that story for us. Mac.
Hey, Mel. So Alphabet heads into earnings tomorrow, asking investors to accept a major trade-off. Fewer buybacks as CapEx nearly doubles this year. Alphabet repurchased close to $300 billion worth of stock over the past 5 years, more than any of the other major AI hyperscalers. But then in Q1, it bought back nothing for the first time in a decade. In fact, among Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, only Microsoft repurchased stock, and even that was its smallest buyback in 10 years. Now, the whole buyback strategy delivers an immediate payoff by shrinking share count and lifting earnings per share, but management is betting that the same cash can earn a greater return by building the infrastructure needed to run and sell AI at scale. So